On the big station, only on Q95. Lock it in.
Good evening and welcome to your favorite sports program, a magazine program, Sports Wrap Weekly, every week, Thursday evenings from 6 to 8. And this will be edition number 130. So this is the 130th edition of Sports Wrap. So we say welcome to this program, and we greet our many listeners, both here and overseas, and our legion of fans. And as I said, our fan club seems to be multiplying and growing exponentially, rapidly, more rapidly than ever. And with each passing week, I think we have a whole myriad of new listeners. And that's the way I say it, based on no real scientific, but just going around. And you've been inundated with all kind of compliments, and people tell you they're listening, and you know, if you had to call everybody's name, who listen the whole program. But some people insist, and well, we try our best. We try to have a happy medium, a sort of a compromise situation. So I think cricket continues to dominate. There's been so much cricket, Test cricket, international cricket. The West Indies has been nearer home. West Indies, there's the regional cricket as well, the West Indies 4-day tournament, and the Windward Islands volcanoes have not yet erupted, and they played, and to a 9-wicket defeat. They scored something like, 140 or 150 odd in the first innings against Trinidad last week, with Devon Smith carrying his bat. I think Smith got 80-something,
84.
undefeated, and he carried his bat. So Devon Smith, former Test player, and a player for whom I have a particular liking. I like his stroke plays, but he's a little more tempered with his batting and measured. I think he could have been one of a winner at West Indies, leading batsman today. But I don't think right now they're going to recall Devon Smith, even if he had a very good season. So Smith, and in his second innings, the Windwards were led by 100 runs. Just speaking from my head there, I know Bob Trinidad scored 242 in reply to 140 or the lead of 100. Then the Windwards didn't score too many in the second innings and just got about 100 and something. Eventually they gave Trinidad 151 to win, and they did so, I'm sorry, beg your pardon, for only 1 wicket down. So I guess we may be able to get the scores of the other matches. Guyana, as you know, is the defending champions. And all 6 teams were locked in battle. That was the first of many matches. I think each team will play 10 matches or thereabouts. And I think Dominica will be the host. And for 2 matches, I think 1 next month. And shouldn't be far from now. Today is the 17th of November. And I think maybe in the next 2 or 3 weeks, there could be the first match here in Dominica. And there's another match in Dominica sometime in the new year, maybe February or March. So there are 2 first-class matches slated for Dominica. So we can tell you then that the Windwards have started on a losing note, and they lost by 9 wickets to Trinidad and Tobago. But we'll try to give you more details as the program wears on this evening. But I can tell you cricket will dominate, and I hope to have time for a quiz. Again, it will be a cricket quiz. Since India is so dominant now in Test cricket, they're number 1 ranked team in the world. I think a quiz will go around their batting, because they have a batting powerhouse. People like Chesteshwar Pujara, scoring 3 Test centuries in a row. Scored another century last night, our time. And Virat Kohli, I think across all formats, he must be the leading batsman in the world, I think, today. Although my only demerit, if you like, against Kohli was that tour of England in 2014, when he failed to get any decent score. I think he called out to Anderson about 4 times, that swinging ball outside the off stump. So Kohli has that in my book to remedy before I can call him the greatest of the new batsmen. So Kohli failing in England 2 years ago, but maybe the next time he comes around, he might overcome that deficiency. But I believe even now that he might be regarded as the number one batsman against all formats, T20, ODI, and Test cricket. This man is like a run machine. He's 151 or 152 not out. And the score, India against England. India were lucky to win the toss and scored 317 for 4. Anderson making a comeback after about 3 months because of injury, coming back, not with a bang, but doing a fair. I think he was still England's best bowler, Anderson, taking 3 wickets. But then we have also Australia against South Africa. By now, you know, Australia has been decimated and annihilated by South Africa in the worst way. And there's no excuse for it. And Australia were beaten in really 2.5 days because one day was rained off and the 4th day didn't go till lunchtime. So really Australia lost in 2 days and 1 session by an innings. By an innings, what they call locally, you get 2 for 1. When you get that 2 for 1, you feel humiliated. Even a young boy, when I played my cricket in Savannah, and the team gave me 2 for 1, you felt it for a whole week. You got a 2 for 1. But that's it, an innings defeat. And Australia at home. So Smith, and I think it occasioned the immediate resignation or retirement of Rod Marsh, the chairman of selectors. Rod Marsh, the erstwhile great wicket-keeper, batsman of Australia, has not really covered himself in glory as a selector. And Australia, he said he'd resign about mid-year next year, by June, Rod Marsh. But same night of the defeat, the last test match at Hobart, Tasmania, Rod Marsh sent in his resignation or retirement. And to replace him is Greg Chappell. Now, Greg Chappell is a great batsman, one of the greatest ever produced by Australia. But I understand he's not a good man manager. He has problems dealing with men. He's a great. Technically he's great. He knows the whole thing about cricket, but somehow he rubs people on the wrong way. That's what I gather. And he has been a selector on 2 previous occasions, and many Australians in Australia are not too happy that he has been named as a selector once again, the great Greg Chappell. However, Australia, the next test match, the 3rd test match, will be next on the 24th. It's a day-night match in Adelaide. And then the Pakistanis come. So we'll have time to look at Australia and what lies ahead for Australia. I can just say in one word, Australia is in a crisis. And that is an understatement. And when the time comes, we'll go deeper into that. West Indies, following their victory in the last test against Pakistan, seem to be continuing their winning ways. In the first match in the Tri-Nation Series in Zimbabwe, they beat Sri Lanka. They scored 227. I think Shea Hope got, on his debut, some 50-odd. And I think Holder got some wickets, Gabriel got some wickets, and Nurse, Ashley Nurse, playing his first match for the West Indies, got 3 wickets, and they bowled Sri Lanka for 160 odd. So they beat West Indies, beat Sri Lanka, and got bonus points as well, because there's a bonus point system. So they're doing well. They've got off to a great start in Zimbabwe. But we have also, on the other side of it, the debit side, the question of Bravo getting into trouble with the West Indies board and being expelled. Remember when you were expelled at school? Right, so Bravo expelled from the West Indies team, sent back home. So we have to look at that as well. Thompson Fontaine and Emmanuel Loblack. Well, my name, of course, is Audrey Lewis, and with me is Emmanuel Loblack, Dr. Thompson Fontaine, and Loka Sebastian is still in India, and we're trying to locate him. I think he gave me a number, but we're trying to see if Dr. Thompson Fontaine can reach him right there in India. I wonder if he's seen a bit of the test match, India against England. He'll tell us all about that if we can get in touch with Lockhart Sebastian.
But also, he did not have a pleasant time in India. The
West Indies women not doing well.
They did poorly.
All right, well, I have not even been following them.
I've been following it.
Yeah.
They did poorly, you know.
All right, well, Sebastian will have that to see if we can get him
Yeah.
But if we are successful, we'll get him. And apart from cricket, there was this match, much publicized, much advertised match within schools. Grammar School against the St. Mary's Academy, and the Grammar School won by one love, an own goal, but still a goal. So Grammar School won the match. A goal is a goal, and my alma mater has beaten St. Mary's Academy in this
under 17
schools competition. I don't know if you saw the match. I didn't see it. I don't know if Thompson saw it.
No, I did not. I heard a bit of it, though.
Yes. Anyhow, I'm glad the match took place at the Mecca at Newtown, and I don't know if the crowd was a good crowd. I wasn't there myself, but I got the news that the Dominica Grammar School won the match by one love, and it was an own goal. So there's tennis as well going on in England. It is in the final of the ATP Masters, and I think Emmanuel Loblack has been following the tennis a bit. He will tell us exactly who is doing well in what will be the final tournament for 2016. And we hope to have a quiz as well. As I told you, I hope you get to the quiz. And we hope to have somebody in the next few minutes. I hope he's standing by. Thompson Fontaine was very instrumental in getting this man. In the next few minutes, you will know who it is, and you may be surprised who it is. I won't tell you who it is because I love to have the element of surprise. But I can tell you, you will not be disappointed, I'm sure. And it will be a real surprise package, but a happy surprise package for listeners. And Thompson was a little happy it got through. He did tell me to keep it a secret. He's trying his best to get him. And we have, in fact, according to Thompson Fontaine, got him. And we hope to have him about, I would say, next 6 minutes or so, thereabouts. But we are alerting him in case he's listening by now. I think he should be listening. It would be a real pleasure to have him here. And I'll say no more before I divulge before who it would be. I can tell you it is somebody that Dominicans regard as an icon in the field. I wouldn't say in what aspect, but it has a lot to do with sports. So I will keep that close to my chest. Although my chest is not as thick as it was before. I think I can still hold that to my chest. and not expose it to Fontaine. Right, so there it is. It is a whole week of sports, but big news, of course, Australia going down very pathetically to... also, there's New Zealand against Pakistan, but the first day was rained off. I think I can get this on Channel 34, those of you who have mapped in. The match starts at 5 o'clock today, half an hour earlier, because the whole first day was rained off. But today they think better weather is promised, and by 5 today, that is an hour and 14 minutes ago, they ought to have started the New Zealanders at home playing at Christchurch, because you know New Zealand had a big disaster.
7.5 earthquake.
Earthquake, yeah, 7.5 on the Richter scale, that's what they call it.
Yes.
And still they said that the cricket must go on. So the latest score we have, now we deal with technology here, the latest score we have is Pakistan 16 without loss of 10 overs. So Pakistan are batting first on what is the second day after the rained off first day against New Zealand. Pakistan in New Zealand, 16 without loss after 10 overs. So the match has started. So tonight, again, the second display, India against
England.
England, well, once as a bone, there's no grass, no trace of grass. You could see some early cracks. And one or two balls were misbehaving already.
I'm telling you that.
If once you bat first in most wickets, not the last wicket at Ranch Court, it was a different wicket, but this wicket, I think is this ground they're playing on in India, from my memory, is the 111th test venue in the world. Number 111. 111. And India has about nearly 30 test venues now. In fact, this year alone, they have about 15 or so new venues, Thompson and Lobby. So they're playing at new venues this year. And this one they're playing, it was a new venue, and there was packed. what India does, if they can't get paying spectators, they bring the schools out. You see a number of school children filling the stands, and they're very noisy. It's the atmosphere is something
Especially
else.
when they're winning.
Especially when they're
doing
winning.
well.
Oh yes, when they're doing well. They had a bad start. They lost 2 early wickets, and they recovered. But Kohli got a difficult chance when he was 56, dropped by Rashid, not a very mobile fieldsman, and Kohli could not got away. Difficult chance, but it should have been taken by a more mobile, athletic, lissome fieldsman. But Kohli is 151 not out.
Was it they're expecting the wicket by the third day, playing some magic?
Yeah. Well, things are so clearly, his name is Cheshkeshwar Pujara. He scored his 3,000th test run, and he's among the greats in India. In fact, the quiz might be around him that I'm going to ask later on. He said that by the end of tonight, he expects the wicket to be deteriorating.
Because I saw some...
The game plan is there for India to win.
It's true, because I saw, towards the end of
win the toss, win the game.
Because I saw some balls deviating, some deviations on balls. Doing some awkward, really awkward thing,
So you saw very few pitches in India will last the 5 days. And if you're lucky to win the toss and bat well on the first day, and you have some good spinners, you have the recipe for a victory.
Because Cook said he would have batted first had he had won the toss.
Oh, yes, man. That wicket was as dead as anything else the first few hours. But Cook made a few changes I thought were a little not proper changes. When he brought in the spinner much too early, after they got 2 early wickets, I thought Anderson had a good line, and he was cutting some... And I bowled Anderson for a whole hour. But he brought in the spinner much too early, and the spinner wasn't tight, and India was scoring at nearly 4 runs per over. So it's now 6:18. Our guest overseas, and all the way from Thompson will tell us. Thompson's been instrumental in getting him here, and I must say I'm very, very happy to welcome him, hopefully in the next minute or so, as Thompson tries now to get our guest via the telephone. So Thompson will try now as Low Black. In the meantime, we'll look back a bit of football, Lobby.
Yes,
in the meanwhile.
Well, yes, we can look at some local.
We're trying
football.
to get our guests from overseas.
Because your team Harlem gave Concord and Stillbound and Portsmouth a whipping. They were beaten 4-1.
For love.
For love,
Yes.
4-1.
For one.
Yes, 4-1.
Sorry.
And as a result of that, Exodus, the sole team in number 1 position right now. You also had Jubilant gave Port Michel a whipping, I understood, 7-1. Battersea drew with Midland 2-2. Sophies won by default over Kensborough. And Exodus beat Waukee Whalers 1-1.
So who is leading now?
Exodus.
Exodus is
Former
leading.
champion.
Former champions
yes.
leading.
And it's still a tight race.
Did Kensborough show at all?
No.
Didn't show.
No showing again.
No, my goodness, that's pathetic.
This is Thompson.
Yes. So no show from Kensborough. Yes, well.
It's just pathetic, Ozzy.
Yes.
So I'm going to...
So the teams, about 4 or 5 teams, neck and neck, Lobby.
They are in the
very
second
good,
years.
very good race.
Very, very good race, Ozzy. Very good race. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yes.
So we'll make the introductions.
So, very interesting. We're trying to get our guest. I think Thompson has been successful. Can we say welcome to Mr. Jeff Charles?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Jeff, to... Hi, Jeff.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hi, fine, Jeff. This is Ozzy Lewis. We have Dr. Thompson Fontaine and Emmanuel Low Black. Our program is called Sports Rap. And I was very happy. Sports Rap.
Oh, that's good.
And
lovely.
Yes. I don't think Dominicans have heard your voice for umpteen years on radio.
That's so true.
Is that
That's
so?
True.
Of course, but
That's very true.
but many remember in your heyday, way back in the 50s and the 60s, when you were a pioneer in the field of broadcasting. Of course, I came along with people like Havish Shillingford and
Yes. Estrada.
Thomas Baptist. Remember Cecil Goodridge. I remember the whole gang. But Jeff, I'm
Well,
sure
I
you.
actually-
Yes.
I actually remember when I first asked you to come and be with us, and you started by doing my memory is not as great as it used to be, but I recall that you started by doing a summary.
Jeff, you're very right. I started in a summary.
And you started writing it down.
Oh, look,
I said, Ozzy, you have a very good memory. Why are you writing it down?
right, Jeff.
And you said to me, I'm nervous.
Right. I always say that here, over and over. I've said so locally that when you got me into the commentary, it was 1968. It was a tournament, and it was a tea time summary. I was given to do a summary at first. I wrote every word. I even put in even the commas and full stops. But how things have changed, you know. Yes, but I remember those early days, Jeff, you know. Those very early days, David Schillingfeld, yourself, you know. And we had people from overseas coming, Leslie Sion and the others. But I'm sure you want to go back and reminisce a bit, Jeff.
Well, that is very nice of you. Sometimes I get a call from people like Ronald Osborne and Julius Corbett, and when they do call, they sort of bring back the old memories
Oh, yes.
of what we did, of Blackburn and you guys and Cavaliers and the Wright, Clem John and Irvin Shillingford.
Yes.
And of course, other people like Caleb Laura,
Leroy Shillingford,
Norbert Phillip, all of these.
Grayson.
And prior to that, you know, it was like Val Felix, Eddie Robinson, and that whole group.
Right, in the
That
50s.
in the 50s and 60s.
Yes.
And I remember one of the first times I got into broadcasting myself was because Eric Richards, who was supposed to do the Windward Islands tournament,
Yes.
cricket tournament, and it was at the Windsor Park.
Right.
We used to go up the hill there and had a little booth there.
Okay.
And he didn't show up. And so I was plunged into the fire, baptism of fire.
Yes,
And
yes,
I was a scorer at the time.
Right, it's Cora.
And anyway, I was a great follower of cricket, and I used to listen to a lot of BBC
Oh, I know those
cricket.
days, Jeff.
Yes.
Days of John Allott and the others.
By the way, Ozzy, one of my fondest memories is meeting John Allott.
Oh, you met him?
I met him in 1975. Reds Pereira, Tony Cozy, and myself were selected by the Caribbean Broadcast
Oh, the first World Cup.
to do the World Cup. The
Cricket
first
World Cup of 75,
Of
yes.
75.
That's correct,
and,
yes.
and I got to meet him and Brian Johnston. And
Right.
So it was quite an occasion. It
I
was quite
know, because
interesting.
guys that you sort of lionized and you held in such a hey, you were with rubbing shoulders with the great John Allott, you know. But have been a real thrill, Jeff. You know.
That was fun.
Oh, yes,
And
yes.
a lot of people wrote me letters, and at that time I was like the deputy head of the Caribbean services at the BBC in London, and I got a few letters from Jamaica,
Of commendation.
and quite a few from Dominica,
Yes.
saying congratulations.
Yes.
This was exciting hearing you around, and they called it among the greats.
Among
Yes, indeed.
yes, man, Jeff.
That was fun. And I am happy to hear that you're continuing.
Boy, Jeff, I've never given up. I've
Yes.
gone on. I've done cricket around the islands, Test cricket, and Test cricket has come to Dominica. We've had about 3 or 4 Test matches already
Yes.
at the stadium. Maybe 3 Test matches. So we have moved on, you know. But
Yes.
the amount of cricket commentary is not as much as before. Radio commentary, that
Okay.
is. You know, TV has taken over and so on. And radios hardly carry cricket commentary anymore in the Caribbean.
Radios don't?
Hardly ever carry cricket commentary,
Oh, I guess-
ball by
I
ball.
I guess that may be because it's live on the internet.
Well, to some extent, yes, but people still like the radio commentary, you know.
Oh, well, yeah, radio to me is so much better than television.
Oh, yes.
Because in television, somebody's telling you what you're actually seeing.
Exactly.
And the good television commentators tell you something that you're not seeing.
Yes, yes, yes.
The others, they say they're good, but they're pretty much describing to you in their own words what your eyes can see.
Yes,
But in
yes.
radio, you're the eyes and ears and everything else of the listener.
That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, what do you actually do with yourself? What you left Dominica? What year you left? You want to go back to that time?
Well, oh God, I've done so much since then. But,
Because listeners always
if I
talk
can
of
give you-
listeners always talk
I
about the
can give
great
you-
Jeff Charles. You see?
Let me see if I can give you a brief summary. Of
Yes,
this
just give me a
story.
synopsis of it.
Yes, I will, without, tooting my own horn. But when I left Dominica, I went straight to the BBC in London, and I was in the Caribbean services of the BBC. They found out that I had been a cricket commentator and a sports commentator for football as well, and they asked me to also become the producer of Sports International, which was quite an honor because it was only the Englishmen who were doing that. So I did some of that as well as Calling the Caribbean and Caribbean Magazine. And during that time, I noticed that in '75 the Cricket World Cup was going to be coming to England. So I got along with one of the guys who was the head of Sports Roundup, a program that we carried a lot on radio in Dominica.
Oh
as well.
yes, Sports Roundup.
Yeah. And I said to him that 3 of us from the Caribbean are going to be part of the Caribbean commentary team. So he said, that is great. And so I sort of prepared myself, making sure, as you know, I was very good at preparing myself. A lot of people loved my broadcast and said how good I was in with statistics and the like. I did a lot of homework. So by the time we got there, I was one of those persons who had a lot of good background information on several of the players from several countries. So I to quote them, myself. And after that, I realized that I could not get a doctorate in communications, which I wanted to do in England, because I couldn't work and study within the same city. So I applied to Stanford University in California. I got into that program, did my doctorate there. During the time I was doing that, I noticed government had the ATS-6 satellites giving distance education over India. And I said, well, that would be good to have that done for the Caribbean. So we contacted NASA, and they said, well, the ATS-6 has a footprint over the Caribbean. It's right now just parked over Hawaii. So I spoke with a couple of people from the State Department, and Dr. Layla in Jamaica, myself, Dennis Foote, and 2 others. We really were the first pioneers of distance education in the Caribbean, having people, professors, stay in one country and beam their studies and speak to and teach their studies in 3 other countries at that time, St. Lucia, Barbados, and Trinidad. And nothing had come to Dominica at the time. So I actually got my doctorate in the applications of satellite communications for distance education.
I see.
Then when I left Stanford, I applied for a job with the Institute for the Future, which is a research and management consulting company. It's now headquartered in Palo Alto. It used to be in Menlo Park in Northern California. And there I worked and started doing not only distance education work for them, but I was one of the early pioneers in video conferencing, for which I got an award in Washington, D.C. in 1988. So I'm very proud of that as well. Not as proud of my Hall of Fame award from Dominica, but just as much. Nonetheless. So I retired from the Institute in 1997 and started doing some work on my own, and then the recession hit, so I went back, and this time I decided I'd go into academia. So I've been doing work as an adjunct professor at Santa Clara University, teaching research methods.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Yes.
Meanwhile, my children have grown and got their degrees. My wife has done fabulously. She's got her doctorate as well. And we were coming back to Dominica in 1979 when the hurricane hit. And so things just didn't look right, so we stayed.
Have you ever been back to Dominica?
Several times.
Oh,
But I've kept a low profile.
very, very low profile.
Very low.
The first time I came, my mother was very, very ill at the time in 82. I was surrounded by so many people. I said, oh my God, they're going to want me to speak on the radio every day. And I'm not in the mood because my mom is dying anyway. So yes, I've been there probably 6 or 7 times from the time I left to now.
Okay, 6 or 7
The
times.
last time was when my friend Joey Peltier's son, Corbina,
Okay,
at a wedding.
yes. But you never went on the radio when you came back?
I did.
Oh, you went?
did.
Okay.
Yes, in my first trip, I went one night with Barnard Defoe on one of his programs, and he said, "You used to do this Saturday night show, and well, why don't you just come with me tonight and we will talk?" I said,
Oh, I
"Listen,
see.
I'm not going to DJ anything, you know."
Yes.
But
As the
chatted-
late
we
band-
chatted
the
a
late
bit.
band
That
Defoe.
was one.
Yes.
Then the other time I appeared was, I cannot remember the actual year, but I did go and talk to the staff. I think Miss Pascal had asked me to come and talk to them.
Oh, I see.
And yes, and I spoke to them, and I did not actually go on and do an interview, but I was interviewed.
Because you were the first manager of DBS Radio, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
As I said on another interview 2 weeks ago, was because I was the program assistant at WIBS, WIBS, which was the network of the 4 Windward Islands. Because I was the program assistant there, Mr. LeBlanc wanted Dominica to have its own voice.
Yes.
The whole philosophy behind Radio Dominica was for us to have an independent voice.
That's right.
So he, myself, Mr. Signoret, and my friend Francis Andre, we sat down for hours trying to map out what it would look like. And so I was made the first manager, and my friend Dennis Joseph was the sales manager. Barnard Defoe, my trusted associate, was next in line. And I knew the other people that were there.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Lennox Honeychurch,
Alvin Knight.
Alvin and Joe.
Joan Seaman
And then my secretary.
was afterwards, Papa D.
Papa D was after.
Yes.
Yeah, Papa D was there as well.
Yes.
And our good friend Ted Knight. Not Ted Knight.
Ted Daly.
Ted
The
Daly.
famous Ted Daly, man.
Ted Knight.
Yes.
I was talking about Ted Knight just yesterday, that's right. I'll have to give you a quick joke about Ted Daly, and I know he'll see it as a joke.
Yes.
We had a program that I called Softly As We Leave You.
Yep.
And it was to counter all the noise we made during the day with calypso and reggae and a lot of fast beat type of music. And so it was to be
To tone down.
romantic ballads
Yep.
and
Yes.
soft sounds. So one night I hear Ted Daly playing the song by Toots and the Maytals.
Some upbeat song.
Toots and the Maytals, yes.
Dandy, the reggae song, Sweet and
And Dandy, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so I sat next to Ted. Ted, this is Softly As We Leave You.
Softly.
He said, Mr. Charles, I played it on a low volume. that was funny. He is quite a character.
Yes,
but,
yes.
Yeah, we loved him. We loved him.
Oh, yes. Ted was an institution by himself. He's since left DBS about 2 years ago. He's retired.
Oh, okay.
He's retired now.
Okay.
Yes, so Ted is retired.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Dr.
And
Charles,
also, since I'm live on the radio, I have to give a shout out to my friend Reginald St. Davis Shillington.
Oh, yes.
As much as people praise what I used to do in cricket, Havis was like my
Well,
colleague. Who
I know.
always got the best out of me.
Yes.
Always got it, because he would say something, it would make me think, and then I would say something, and he would say, "Good job."
Yes.
So anyway, But that's the situation right now with me and family. And what about you?
Me, apart from, I don't want to talk about myself too much, but I remain in the service. I became director of audit, and then I studied. I got a degree with London University in law on my own, an external degree. And then I went to Hugh Wynne Law School. I became a lawyer. So I went into the magistracy. So I've been in many fields since then. But I've never let down my sports and calypso as well. So I've been around.
Oh, that is great. So you did remain in calypso. I used to love that. We did so many outside broadcasts.
Yeah, I remain in
competition.
Oh yes, I've never given up my calypso. My sports, all kind of sports. So I've been in diverse fields, But I want the spotlight to be on you, Jeff, not me today.
Dr. Charles, this is Dr. Charles. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I was a child when I heard you as a child, and it's just amazing. I remember even as a child your description of cricket, and I think in those very early years of mine, my love for the game and for listening to commentary came from you. And for all these years, I kept asking people, where's Jeff Charles? Where is that voice? And because I remembered it as a child, and it stayed with me. I still remember, not very well, but just because I was still a young child then. But over all of these years, I wanted to always meet you. And I'm glad that at least this evening we're able to talk to you live on the radio. But I wanted to thank you from myself and for what you did for sports. I think everybody living around that time, I'm sure, in Dominica remembers your voice, remember the way you describe cricket. And in a way, it's a lost art. And we wish we had more radio commentaries now. I know Ozzy has been trying to maintain it, but it's almost like a dying field in the Caribbean. So I just wanted to register my thanks to you for what you did for cricket.
I don't want to cut you, but we have some callers. I'm sure, Jeff, you wouldn't mind a few callers want to interact with you. Do you mind taking a few calls?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I said it appears a few listeners would like to interact with you. Do you mind taking a few calls?
No, I don't mind.
Okay, we have some listeners. Yes, sir. Hello, caller?
After conference.
Yes, hello, caller? Hello? Yes.
Hello?
Okay, let's try this again.
Let's try again. We're trying another. Yes, hello, caller? We're trying to we see many lights lighting up, but we're not hearing them.
Hello?
Wow.
So there seems to be a little technical difficulty, which Thompson's at the console is trying his best to eliminate
I think we got
the bug in the system, but he's trying to get through to allow the callers to interact. So just hold on a little minute. I'm sure he'll get that fixed up.
Okay.
Because there are many callers that would like to speak with you.
Yes.
Right. I think we have one now. Hello, caller. Go right away for Jeff Charles.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Okay. Hello. Be brief because I'm sure there are many callers trying to reach Jeff.
Is Jeff still on?
Yes, he's on.
He can hear you.
Jeff Charles. I hear you. This is Jeff Joseph. the son of the late Sylvester Joseph. Oh, okay. All right. It's one thing that I will never forget about Jeff Charles. What is the car that goes like a dream? An Austin. What is the car that looks and feels luxurious? An Austin. Oh, that is so much fun. Proud. It's an Austin. Yeah. And I tell you, that never be erased from my mind, Jeff. That was a commercial done by Dennis Joseph and myself. But I remember your voice so very well in that ad. Yeah. Yeah. But it's nice to hear you, and good to know that your family, your family, everyone is doing okay. But you sung like 25, Jeff Charles. Oh my God, no! I am 78. But you sung like 25. Keep on doing very kind of you. Very kind of you. It's very, very nice hearing. It's going to be a great pleasure seeing you also. But
That's how it is. All the very
Thank you
best to
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Several more callers. Let's see if we can entertain some more calls for Jeff Charles out in California. I don't think we said Dr. Jeff Charles. Right. Let's see if we get another caller. There are so many. Yes, we're on to it. Yes, caller?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, speak with Jeff Charles in California.
Yes. Ozzy, am I still there? Hello? Oh my gosh, I got hung up.
There's a fast busy on the line.
Yeah, I can hear you, Jeff, but there's a busy tone on the line. I'll try back.
What's happening?
Yeah.
So, Jeff, are you still with us?
Yes, Jeff is still there.
Jeff, you're still there.
Hello?
Hello? Is Jeff, are you still with us? I feel we have,
I think we lost Jeff. Someone has to get
I think we might have lost Jeff,
You
you know.
lost Jess. Yes, you lost him.
Let's get him back. Let's get Jeff back and then we will link
Yeah.
in the callers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thompson, you're being tested now. Thompson's engineering skills on the console are being tested
Yeah.
because I'm sure we can have Jeff for the rest of the hour to go on to 7 if there are many callers. You know, I'm sure many people would like to interact with Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
I can see the lights going on.
Going, yeah, it's crazy. Everybody wants to-
The whole place is inundated with calls, but we seem to have a little technical difficulty here. And Thompson Fountain is trying its best to resolve it, to eliminate it. But I can see so many calls coming every second. The lights are flashing, but we have lost Jeff on the other side in California, to be, in fact, as Jeff was a bit of an icon in Dominica.
Yes.
Yes, we're caught up. So hold on. We're going to take you back. Yeah?
We have Jeff.
Yes, we have Jeff back. Yes, Jeff, are you still there?
No, this is a caller.
Yeah.
That's the caller is still there. The caller is still there.
Okay, we should have Jeff now.
Now, do we have Jeff? Jeff, are you still there?
I am there.
Okay, sorry for that mishap. But we have a caller for you. Go ahead, caller.
Hold on. Let's get the callers now.
Do we have the caller?
Yeah.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, good evening, Ozzy.
Good evening. But we lost the other caller. Anyhow, go ahead.
I'm the whole family.
All right, Paul Joseph, go ahead.
Oh, we
Good
lost Jeff
evening,
again.
Dr. Charles.
Yeah, we lost him again.
You lost him again?
Yes. So you can either we can try to get him back whilst you hold,
No, better just go.
or
Yes, we're trying our best to see if we can get the problem solved. And it's a great pity because there's so many calls coming through. And so I think Jeff
is he still on? Let's try Jeff again.
Let's see if Jeff is still there. Jeff, are you still there?
We have to try it again.
Yes, Jeff, are you still there? Hello? I think we have lost Jeff.
Yeah,
We're trying to get him on again. You're trying, and I can tell you there are many calls coming through, and which I expected, of course. And it's just a pity that this mishap took place with the console. But Thompson Fountain is trying his best, and let's see if we can.
Yes, hello.
Hello, let's see. Is Jeff, are you still with us?
I am.
Oh, Jeff, you have patience. But you were an opening batsman in your days. You have a lot of patience, Jeff.
You were an opening batsman.
I was in fact, yes. You remember those days, Jeff?
Yes.
Yes. No, we're trying to get some of the callers. There are many callers trying to get to you. But Thompson is experiencing some difficulty with
No,
the...
that's okay.
We're trying our best, but I can hear you very clearly now. So it's now to get the callers clearly. And Thompson is trying feverishly to have things under control.
Well, while he's doing that, Ozzy, can you give me your take as to why the West Indies batsmen are so inconsistent.
Right, that's a tough one, you know. The West Indies batsmen are so inconsistent. Well, I don't know. To me, the days when we had the great West Indies batsmen, Jeff, going back to Wicks, Worrell, Walcott, Sobers, Canai, Butcher, and Nurse and that's ilk. To me, we do not Lara, of course, obviously Lara, Rowe, and so on. Greenwich, Haynes, we don't produce batsmen of that caliber again. I don't know if it's the infiltration of the T20 cricket.
Wow, well, my little morning to
T20.
But India has a lot of T20 cricket,
Well,
and their top batsmen still are able
true.
to test cricket and score long.
Yes, but we do not seem. Yes, we do not seem to produce that caliber of batsmen anymore. They don't seem to have the appetite for the longer version of the game. Maybe T20, but for the longer Test cricket, they don't accept one or two exceptions. But Jeff, we have the callers here for you. Let's see. Caller, welcome. Hello?
Yes?
Yes? Hello, go ahead. We lost the caller again.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll have to entertain Jeff.
Well, entertain Jeff. Well, Jeff, we'll have to just do it. You'll have to listen to us. Yes.
Yeah, let's try.
But Thompson is still trying. So there's not any definite answer you can give. Just
We have another
we
call.
have a caller. Yes. Hello, caller.
Good night.
Good night.
Josie.
Jeff Charles. Yes. Go ahead for Jeff Charles. Go ahead.
Jeff Charles.
Jeff Charles.
They had a quiz about you on another radio station when they asked who was the first manager of CBA.
Oh, I
I
see.
said Mr. Jeff Charles.
Okay.
What do you know about him again? I said he was a good commentator.
Yes.
That a quiz they had about him, and I won the prize, but I haven't get the prize up. When you was good, when you see you was broadcasting cricket, everybody from Newtown would run down. Some of the men used to put their shirts on the road. You used to get everybody out so they could go to the gardens. That was good. Anyway, enjoy your night. Good night, Mr. Rich. Good night, Mr. Loblack.
Good night. Good night. Jeff, you heard his compliments?
Yes, well,
Yes.
I would like to thank your caller very much for those very kind sentiments.
Yes.
I did enjoy those young and carefree days.
Jeff, you remember those great days in the gardens, man? Can you throw back your mind for a few seconds and recapture even one or two moments with people like Frank Mason, Clem John, Val Felix? One or two moments that you can go back into the recesses of your mind and bring back one or two instances.
Well, I will tell you that one of my motivations was from the late Sissi Cordero.
Mm-hmm.
When Dominica was playing, I think it was Grenada, in the finals of the Windward Islands tournament, cricket tournament. And Dominica won. At that time, we didn't have a big steel band. We just had a few people playing with band, but they didn't really have steel bands. This is very early on. And Sissi Cordero, on the spot, just stayed there. And while people were coming down from the gardens and going out of the gates, she just started a little beat, bowl, Bobby bowl.
Bobika Bowl,
A bowl,
Puluska Bawe.
And I said, oh my God, what a nice ditty.
Yes.
Lovely.
To-
And then me and my late brother, Morris, we started
Morris, yes.
beating anything could get that would serve as a
A
drum.
pan, anything, yes.
Yeah, and the like. And then all of a sudden, we went out of the gates of the Botanic
The gardens, yes.
and went down the streets. And by the time we reached Lagon,
Yes,
there were about
thick
like
crowds.
1,000 people.
Yes,
in the
like a
crowd.
thick carnival
I got a
band.
love for the whole theater.
Yes.
It was like bowl, mellow, ka bowl, kabawe, bowl, mellow, bowl.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I think. Yes, go
And
ahead.
then I would do the cricket commentaries, and so there was a very sparse crowd at the gardens, and I said, oh my God, what can we do to bring them up there? So I started, doing a little embellishment in a very exciting way. So all of a sudden I saw the people coming up with their transistor radios.
Yes.
And because that worked once, I just continued to do that. And so when I was on in an exciting way, a lot of people just left their homes and rushed to the garden.
Oh, yes.
And
Don't-
people actually came to the broadcasting booth when I would do my commentaries at the end of the day. They would just stand there and, and just watch.
Yeah.
With their stuff. So, the people love you. When you know the people love you, you do a lot.
Yes,
A lot
yes.
to earn that respect and to earn that admiration.
Do you remember the characters like John Tato and these other characters? V8.
Oh my God, you're going
V8,
great,
John
man.
Tato.
One day I was doing commentary in St. Lucia, and a guy spoke about his local characters. And I said, do you know that we have characters in Dominican too? We have a woman who called herself Diana Wom.
Diana Wom, yes.
We had Fanso Bedo.
Fanso Bedo,
We had
yes.
John Tato.
John Tato.
We had Brown White Louse.
V8.
V8.
We had Lawrence Took That.
Mm-hmm.
And Sidon Cabwit.
Well.
So I would do a lot of this type of things, just playing on the characters we have and stuff like that. And then the same thing started happening when I went to St. Lucia. Quite a few people would come around when I was doing my summaries. So, I felt the love, and I really feel very good that I put out something out there and that it pleased people.
Yeah.
And that was my own aim all along.
But didn't there come a time, Jeff, when you missed this thing for some time? When you went back,
Yes,
you went
yes,
overseas,
indeed.
you missed it?
Yes, indeed.
Why, yes.
I miss cricket, calypso, and carnival.
Oh, that's my love. Cricket and I'm cricket and calypso for me. I would, if I went away, I would miss it dearly.
Yes, yes, I used to miss that quite a bit.
Oh yes.
And because I was in charge of the radio station, I could play whatever I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would go to Trinidad to do cricket commentary, and then while I was there, you notice I'm American now. I say commentary instead of commentary.
I see you're Americanized.
Anyway, and I refer to Miss Shillingford as my secretary instead of secretary.
Oh, secretary. Yes.
But anyway, and I would get their calypsos from their tents.
Yes.
And come back and play it on our radio station long before it even became popular in Trinidad and the like. Yeah. And I really dearly missed the carnival. I remember when we had one particular carnival where the road march was not strong at all, and we decided to use the song Play Mass in the Band All Day, Everybody Had One Love Way. And I said, no, but everybody did not have one love way. What has happened to Carnival in Dominica? And I started something which really helped revive the old local people to, just be able to create their songs and get their own tunes on the road, because I was not happy that Francis Andre Heavy Shillingford and myself giving commentaries in Four Corners, and Point Michel Southern Stars Orchestra is coming down, the steel band is coming down, and it's playing a tune by Lennon and McCartney.
It's you.
It's a holiday.
Yes.
And I said, they're supposed to be playing patois songs.
Playing the
Beatles.
Beatles.
Calypso songs and the like. And then, I forget his name now, Herman, the one who sang Pardon.
Herman James. Spark.
Herman James, yes.
Sparky.
Ou
Femme Canada qui fait tout ça. Il passe à laver, il passe à passer.
Et qui paye pour ADS.
Moi qui paye pour ADS, moi.
So I said, Why isn't that being played all over the place?
Yes, yes.
So so I did my little bit in carnival as well.
Yes.
Anyway, you made my day. All these reminiscences.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm still very much involved. Can we take another caller there? Let's see. Hello, caller. I see you've been waiting for a long time for Jeff Charles in California. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to
Evening.
Daniel and good evening to Jeff Charles.
Go ahead, caller. Go ahead. Be brief, eh?
Yeah, very short. Short and sweet.
Yes.
Mr. Charles.
I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Elman.
Elman from Bath Estate.
Yeah, but in those days I used to live Solomon Lane.
Solomon Woolley.
Jeff Charles.
Okay.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay. Mr. Charles, you remember one time they had football in the Windsor Park, and you said, Dorian is on the ball, and that is football?
Dorian is on the ball. Which Dorian is that?
Dorian Simpson.
Dorian Simpson.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he said, Dorian is on the ball, and that is football.
And that is football. Dorian means football. Well, Jeff has said, you have said so many things, Jeff.
I know. It's amazing. I went to St. Lucia, and I was doing a program with Winston Hinkson on Radio St. Lucia, and just like now, he said, why don't I just put the lines open, make the lines open for some people who remember you to just say something of what they recall. And a guy comes up and he says, Jeff, can you remember when St. Lucia was playing in Dominica in a football match? And St. Lucia's colors were gold and black. And you said, there they come, the gold and black. Forward, on the attack. How on earth he remembered all that?
Yes.
Years later, I don't know.
I think we have another caller trying to get to Jeff. So let's see if we are successful. Yes, caller, go on. No, I don't think we are successful this time. Thompson, are you getting through? No, we had so many calls we have missed, but
that's okay.
Yes.
You could do with my good friend and technical.
Do we have the caller now? Hello?
No. He lost Jeff.
Yes, he's there.
Jeff is still there.
Dialed an invalid number. Thank you.
Do we still have Jeff?
Yes, Jeff is
Jeff still there. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Ozzy?
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Paul Joseph.
That's right.
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, good evening, Ozzy and the rest of the panel.
Yes.
And good evening, Dr. Charles. That's Paul Joseph from Lapley. Probably you might not remember me, but I can remember.
Yes, we have a little problem, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. Do we have Jeff still? No, I think we have lost Jeff for the second time.
Okay, let's just get it back to.
Yeah.
Just to wrap up.
Huh?
Let's get him to wrap up.
It's time to wrap up, yes. Because I could speak with Jeff for the whole night. And I'm sure.
Yeah, don't promise me.
Half an hour?
Yeah, I only promised you 20 minutes because he has some papers to mark. And so we've having 4 hours.
All right.
But so let's just kind of get him back to express our thanks.
Yes.
Yes, I will do this again. And the technology just does not always work the way we like it. But
well, that is, those things do happen. And
but I think it's a very interactive program.
It's a pity that we didn't get as many calls as we would have liked, but it was very interesting. I'm sure listeners were very happy to hear the voice of Jeff Charles. So, Jeff, we're trying to get you for the final time just to wind up, because I know you have some other assignment to take care of. So, we're trying to get him to wind up. Some other day, maybe we'd have Jeff for another time. We can bring him back some other time, Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, do we have him?
Yes.
I'm sure your time is running out.
No, well, Jeff, in fact, it's now 7 o'clock our time. It would be
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock in your time, California?
No, he's 4 hours there.
No, you're 4 hours.
So it's at 2 o'clock?
So you're about what? 3 o'clock?
No, it's 3 o'clock my time.
Your California time is 3 o'clock, right? Well, I think Thompson said you had some assignments, some papers to take care of, exam papers or something?
Yes.
So we don't, and you only promised us some 20 minutes. We've gone well over 20 minutes, so we don't want to go on too long. So, if you want to have your final words, I think we should have you some other time in the future. But right now for this segment, if you want to wind up before we thank you, any final thing you want to tell us here at the studio or in Dominica, with your myriad of listeners still remembering you as Jeff Charles, the icon. Yes, Jeff?
Well, thank you very much. It's very humbling to be remembered so fondly by my native people, my nation that I'm still so very proud of. And I got my beginnings there, although I give a lot of my efforts right now in a foreign land. But I got my grounding, and I got my beginnings, and I got my upbringing in the land of plenty, the land of nature, the land of laughter. And I am so pleased and proud of where I came from, and indeed how far I have come. And to all of those of you who have said kind things about me, I thank you so very much. I hope I played a good part in helping the development of our culture and in so many other ways. And to you, I wish that you would be able to always remember to be able to put aside your differences, whether they be in politics or in any other way that you have differences, to put those aside and put country first and friends first and family first, because all these other things are noise compared to the fabric of relationships, fabric of family and friends and laughter and enjoyment. I know we still like a fete.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Don't ever lose that. Celebration is good, very good for the soul and for the spirit. It's like chicken soup for the soul. So I would like to say to everybody, thank you for all the good wishes you've given me, and I only wish you the best.
Yes.
The very best.
So, Jeff, thank you very much. Hold on, see, I'm not going to just wind up myself. I just want to say, I want to thank you, Jeff Charles, for initiating me in the world of radio commentary after my first stuttering moments with a summary, a tea time summary in a Windward Island match in '68. I don't think I've ever looked back. I don't want to blow my trumpet, but I've moved on from strength to strength. I'm still very much involved in that. Also, I moved on in other fields as well, as I told you as well. But I never forget my early days with yourself, with Havis Shillingford, who still, in fact, is still very active in sports and is an icon in sports, remained an icon, legend in sports. And also Thomas Baptist, who has since left us some years ago. I remember Cecil Goodridge and all these people enjoyed commentary in those days. Commentary was a big thing in those days because we had no television. And you were the pioneer, and I was very glad to follow in your footsteps and to still be in the thing and to continue and to leave a legacy for those who come behind. So, Jeff, I want to thank you very much, and thanks for taking time off for this interview. And I would like to believe that sometime in the future we can get you back. I could talk with you for hours because I would share so much with you, especially in those early great days of the 60s and 70s. So, Jeff Charles, thank you very, very much, Jeff Charles.
Thank you very much to you and your colleague in the studio and everybody else who helped shape this broadcast today.
Yes.
And brought me a lot of joy.
All right.
Well,
Jeff.
thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate it so much.
So we hope we can get you sometime in the future again.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay. He says we can get him sometime in the future.
Yes, wow. You know, Ozzy, this was simply amazing. I mean, I was speechless for most of it. I could not.
It's amazing, you know.
I'm not often speechless, but this is a man, Ozzy. I remember as a child.
Yes.
I remember his voice.
Yeah.
You know, and
but
all of these
have you ever
years.
met him in the flesh?
No, I never met him. No, I never met him. I was just a boy running around, but I remember him on the radio.
You're a young boy.
I remember the voice on the radio doing the commentaries.
Very down to earth.
and it's just amazing. And all these years, his name and the memory of that voice stayed with me. And you know, I want to thank, in fact, Cecil Joseph of DBS Radio, who gave me his contact information. So I heard him on DBS briefly, and I contacted Cecil, and he was gracious enough to give me his contact. And when I contacted him today, his wife was just really sweet. She said she will make sure he gets the message. He was not in, and she did, and I want to thank both of them. And yeah, it was.
Well, I'm sure that all the listeners of Sports Rap, both here and overseas, would be overjoyed to hear Jeff Charles, who was the pioneer in commentary and still very much revered by so many people.
So we're taking
take a caller again. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Rap.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I wanted to, I hope Mr. Charles is listening, but I was a little boy, and in the Labour Party headquarters, that's where very often they would be broadcasting from, because there were no stands in the way, and there was electricity there. That was the critical thing.
Yeah. That's for Carnival.
Well, it was all the events. A lot of the events happened from that Labour Party headquarters.
Okay.
In those days.
Yes.
So on every level, Jeff Charles' voice, cricket, football, whatever it was.
Culture,
Carnival,
calypso.
Yes, and I always remember him with a very broad smile, never in anxiety, would always come early and set up and so on. He and Mr. Shillingford.
Pevis.
And as soon as the event started, they would be bang on time and broadcasting.
Yeah.
So it's very fond memories. Good to hear him. Good to hear. He sounds like he's in good health, and it's good to hear that he's still around.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yeah, he sounded to be in very good health. He's 78 now, he says.
Wow.
Yes.
The clarity of his voice was unbelievable.
Yes, his voice is very clear. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Rap.
It was good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Blue.
And happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was nice listening to Jeff Charles.
I know.
One more time.
Oh, yes, I know that.
When that man could make you leave your home.
Yes.
And get down to the botanical gardens with his commentary.
Yes.
When that man started to comment it, even if the gardens maybe around 6 people, you swear the gardens may be around 10,000 people in it.
Yes.
Especially when your V8 was there, and you got a V8.
Of course, V8 and John Tato.
Yeah. And Alec Machery. Yes, I. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Okay.
But Ozzy,
Diana Wong.
That's my favorite.
What's the most colorful character you think of?
Colorful character?
Yes.
V8.
Thank you very much.
V8.
This man took pride.
V8.
Early o'clock, this man would have dressed early,
spotless white,
and he would move around Rosso.
Yeah.
And telling well dressed man,
immaculately dressed in white.
And early,
called V8.
Game starts at 10 o'clock, and this time would be by 7 o'clock. You dress and move on Rosso, and get it.
and on the ground itself, he would knock off his run. Like at lunchtime or tea time or before play started. He would knock his run and take a run up as though he was Frank Mason. And those were the great fast bowler. Those were days.
Those were the days.
I hope Jeff is still listening.
More callers.
Yes. Hello, caller. Welcome to Sports Rap.
You forget. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
You all forgetting John Doe, man. John Doe, Morgan.
Yes. All the characters. Yes.
All in cream.
Yes.
John Doe, Morgan, and that fella. What's his name?
John Doe, Morgan. Yes.
Two other fellas working in Shillingford.
All right.
Two brothers, I forgot the name. Just was 4 of them.
In the Gardens days. Yes.
So we can remember these days, man. These fellas used to keep cricket alive.
Oh yes, the cricket was something else,
Yes, cricket alive, man. Well, we have that fella. When that fella used to play right now, I see they forget him. They don't call his name at all. Cecil LaRock. Why you still call his name very often?
We still call his name.
Yeah, yes. Because I hear he's home now. We cannot do anything.
Very much so. I go to visit him occasionally, caller.
Okay,
so I'm still in touch with Cecil LaRock. Yes.
Okay.
I played cricket with him. You see.
Yeah, I listen to Sports Rapper every day, every Thursday night. You know who's speaking anyway?
I know who's speaking.
You know who that?
Yes, I know who's speaking.
Who is that?
I will say who it is.
Huh?
I will not say who it is.
You don't know who is that? They give to Dodol, the great Dodol.
Oh, Dodol Pond, Mr. Pond. Oh, man, Dodol, yes. Oh, good to hear you, man, Dodol.
I listen to you all every Thursday, man. I listen to Post Rap every Thursday, man.
Well, Dodol, you remember those days, Dodol, of course.
Yes.
But Dodol, none of these guys couldn't beat V8, you know. V8 was in a class of his own, you know, V8.
Yeah, man, but it's a group of them.
I know what V8.
V8, John Doe.
John Doe, right.
Morgan,
I remember John Doe, yes.
Morgan, that fella, these two brothers by Shilling, but I forgot the name.
Yes. Somebody remember them, yes.
But it's five, they used to have five of them.
Yes.
They used to dress all in cream, not white, you know. Pure cream, man.
These days,
well cream, man.
never to come back, Dodol.
Huh?
And the pad, yeah, man.
Pad and V8 bowling, man. V8, I can remember once V8 come out from church, all in cream, man. And we was on the jetty there, what they call the thing now, how they call it now, the ferry.
The ferry, yeah, ferry.
The ferry, yes.
V8 say, Mokavini, and he dress all in cream, man, and his bike, and he just go rightfully see, man. His bike and everything go through, man, rightfully see, man.
These are great days.
Yeah, man, yeah. I don't know if you remember that day when he had a case with, I think, Copeland.
Copeland.
And that was the magistrate.
Yes, from Grenada.
So when Copeland tell him, okay, I do something, I curse or something, and tell him, okay, he give him a break, don't do it again. He take one step, two steps, and he say, merci, monsieur Magistrat, merci. And he shout out, Messieurs, montez une question pour servir your glass case. That man run, Ozzy.
Yeah.
And that fella police, black man, and that police and take behind him.
Yes.
Right by Fort Young.
Yes.
And they brought him back. They brought him back for Copeland. And he leaned down and he asked pardon.
Pardon.
Copeland said they're sending him up. So they sent for the transport.
Yes.
What is the transport rate? Well, we bought him more V8. So anyway, Copeland give him a break and said, all right, I'm giving you your last chance. You go home and behave yourself. He said, merci, monsieur Magistrat. Merci, monsieur Magistrat. And when he reached outside, he shout out, Messieurs, montez une question pour essayer de la place. And they take out the spot. Never again.
All right.
This is a good day, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, these are great days, Dodol.
Wow, amazing.
Listening to you all.
Okay, thanks for listening, man. Thank you.
Wow. Ozzy, this is fascinating. You know, I never saw cricket in the Windsor Park.
In the gardens?
In the gardens. I never saw cricket. But I remember listening.
We'll take a last call and we'll take a break.
Yes.
Need a break, okay? So caller, be brief. We're going to take a break in the next minute. Welcome to Sports Wrap.
I just called to say happy birthday, happy belated birthday greeting.
Happy belated. Thank you very much.
To whom are you saying it? Is it to the great Mr. Louis? Anyway, gentlemen, blessings to you all.
Okay, blessings.
Blessings, man. My good friend, blessings, man.
How you doing?
Good. Let me say more life and more blessings and more glory to Ozzy and his family.
Thank you very much, Tyrone Anthony. Thank you.
Is that the great Dodol that gave that historical perspective?
Oh, yes.
That event there, Dodol?
Dodol, yes. Mr. Pond. Blessings. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for all your contributions to radio. Blessings.
Blessings to you, sir.
Yes, great contribution. You continue to perpetuate it. And I like it.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
No, we'll take a break now. We must take a break.
Yes.
When we come back, we have to look at cricket and look at sports, our fan club. But we take a break for commercial sake.
To feel more connected, join Flow now and get free data with your first top-up. Are you already a Flow customer? Top up $20 or more between the 1st and 5th of every month, and you also get 50 megabytes free data. So wherever you go, bring all the connections you want. WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Browse, search and keep your finger on the pulse from anywhere and everywhere. That's live with more connection. That's live with more bite. Find out more at any Flow store or at discoverflow.co. Conditions apply.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Desire Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
What gift can you give the vehicle which already has everything? Starting now, give your vehicle the gift of liquid titanium engine oil protection. Upgrade from the regular. Extend your engine's life. Banish and eliminate wear, oxidation, sludge, and corrosion with liquid titanium technology. Liquid titanium engine oils are proven to save you money by reducing your fuel consumption. For more information, go online to phillips66lubricants.com or call Luke John at Concept Technologies 449-7123 for the best in lubricant quality and value. Concept Technologies Filter Shop, Las Allian, Collie Hope, 449-7123.
Looking for a warm and cozy and relaxing place to eat, drink, or just hang out? Then you must come to Milan's Bar and Grill. No, I'm not talking about Milan in Italy. I'm talking about Milan's Bar and Grill next to Minia's 7-Eleven in Louisville. Open from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. At Milan's Bar and Grill, you will be treated to succulent finger-licking dishes and a wide selection of all fine wines, local juices, and a full bar. Come up to mingle, have a nice line, or dine in. Air-conditioned, very chic and comfortable with breathtaking ambiance. Regulars on the menu are grilled and steamed fish, baked and grilled ribs and pork, fish fingers, rotis, sandwiches, ham and cheese burgers, French fries, and wedges. Lunches are served from 11 a.m. daily. Come dine with us to enjoy the very best of local and international cuisine. Call us at 613-2337 to place your order. We look forward to serving you at Milan's Bar and Grill.
Crystal Waters Blue Skies, a platform for creative discussion. Live on Q.
Monday to Sunday morning, all day to evening, just keep on coming, class Mingus got it. 7-Eleven shopping, top ups and grocery store, household items, yes, Mingus got it. Our friendly staff is noted to give good service, just ask around, they know Mingus got it. Nina's got variety in drinks and snacks. Household hardware, we've got all of that. For late night shoppers and early birds too, the 7-Eleven was made for you. Nina's 7-Eleven, we operate from Roseau, Hayfield, Mini's. At your service, at your convenience. Nina's got it, got it.
Yeah, good. Welcome back to Sports Wrap. I think we do have Lockhart Sebastian now on the line. Are you successful? Yes. Sibo, we've been trying to get it for the longest while. So,
Yes, Ozzy.
right, you're coming out loud and clear.
Yes.
So how are things?
Hear you loud and clearly as well.
What's the time in India now?
It is what? 4:45, 4:45 in the morning, Friday morning.
And you're up at that time in the morning.
Well, I was watching a little of the Pakistan and
New Zealand Test match.
You know, in India you see all sorts of cricket.
All cricket.
Match anywhere you see it.
Yes. So what's the score now? Pakistan were batting. They were 10 without loss the last I heard.
Last score I saw, they were struggling. They were 4 wickets down. Some new guy, Grandam, had a few wickets.
Okay. A new New Zealand Kiwi bowler.
Something for 4 wickets were down.
60 for 4. We just got it on the computer. 60 for 4.
Yeah, I was watching some of it. Yeah, they were
Yes.
struggling.
Now, Sibo, you're up there, and the West Indies women, I understand, are not.
Before you go, let me say happy birthday to you. I didn't know it was your birthday. I heard the callers say it was your birthday. So I hope you had a good day today.
Oh, thank you, Lockhart. I had a very good day today. I was very happy.
Right, I hope so.
Yes.
So Lockhart, you have been listening then. So you heard Jeff Charles.
What was that, Lockhart?
I hope you drank some nice wine today. Wine.
Well, I don't drink alcohol at all, so I hardly. I just don't drink alcohol.
Well,
An exception.
Wines without alcohol. So.
Yes. But thank you, Lockhart. I don't know if you listened to the program last week or week before last on National Day we had, or day before National Day. I don't know if you would listen to our special, we had a special program that went on for 3 hours. I don't know if you heard it. Well,
No, that night I would not have heard it because I was traveling. I was on the flight
okay.
to England on that same night.
Yes.
I was to London on that same night.
Okay, because I made a very strong case that how could Lockhart Sebastian not receive a meritorious service award, at least that, for his services to sport, especially cricket. And I really went to town on that. There were many callers who joined and supported me on that. And a lot of people couldn't believe that you had not yet received a meritorious service award, Lockhart.
Well, Ozzy, I'm happy you did that because
I told you I was going to do it. To do it.
Yes, I remember you said that, and I'm happy for that. But while I'm on that, Ozzy, you have to talk about remembering people. Maybe you all forget it, but I just want to express condolences to Matilda Powell, the former PS.
Oh yes, we have to come to that. Yes. Yes,
her son is Liam's good friend. In fact, the father of her first son, is my first cousin.
Okay.
So I know her very well.
Okay.
But as you talk about remembering,
yes.
You talk about remembering.
Yes.
Now, here is a lady who has been acting PS for years.
Acting for years.
And then, they've taken people from all over the place who are not even the service, appointed them as PSs, and then you heard Pepper Session.
Hear the irony of it. The irony of it. She was a brilliant worker, one of the best workers ever, and yet you couldn't appoint her. Yes, go ahead.
Honestly, I'm not quoting him
verbatim. Yes.
Said that she displayed passion for the well-being of Dominica's children, and she was committed to the education system. And he also went on to say that her capable direction and leadership will be missed, because he said that the care she showed for all who interacted with her.
With her, yes.
Now, if you know a lady had
all the, and yet.
And you waited, and you never appointed her.
Never appointed her.
People from all over the place.
Yes,
and
yes.
Appointed them.
Yes,
so
yes.
coming back to what you said, that's what happened in Dominica.
Yes,
people
yes.
who do, because of the politics, obviously, she suffered because of who she interacted with, because of her family, like Maxime Powell, obviously.
Okay.
So, and that's what happened in Dominica.
Oh, I see. Yes. Well, to me, I found it was very ironical, if not hypocritical, to mention a person effusive in praise of the person's work and this and that, and yet that person could not have been appointed.
Acting for so long.
Acting for so long.
People who had never
so I found it was
appointed them.
It was very ironical, if not hypocritical. Okay?
hypocritical, you'd call it.
Yes, okay, right. It has to be one of the culls. So look at boy, you are there in India, but here the West Indies women didn't do too well.
Well, they haven't done well in 50s over cricket. As you know, they won the World Cup this year.
They won the World Cup T20.
Today.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a match today. The first of their free T20, there's one which is on today. They haven't done well in the 50 over because, as you know, they have to win one of the three matches to qualify automatically for the World Cup next year.
Yes.
So now they might have to go into a playoffs to qualify for the World Cup.
Playoffs, yes, playoffs to play, to qualify for the World Cup.
Again, but they can still go through because if India doesn't play Pakistan and lose the points, West Indies will go through automatically because the first 4 teams go through automatically. And then the other 4 teams have to go to a playoffs.
Okay, I see. So they still have a chance, depending.
Still have a chance.
Yes.
But there's a game today. They play the first of the free T20s today.
Okay. Did they win the game today?
Well, no, it starts at 10 o'clock.
Oh, it starts at 10. Oh, I see today because it's 4:05 in the morning in your time.
On Friday.
Yes.
Friday morning in India, yeah.
Friday morning, 4:05.
How, Sebastian, how are you coping with the fog in India?
Boy, you know, when we arrived in New Delhi, you could hardly see anything. It was bright day, and you couldn't see New Delhi in particular. There's plenty fog there. And you get up in the morning sometimes and it's dark. A lot of fog and pollution. Plenty pollution in India.
Yes.
Plenty.
So how is the meal? Are you coping with the meal?
Well, that's what is another problem. As you know, the food, the culture of these people is different from us, as you know.
I know.
Yes.
Plenty different.
Yes.
Sibo, Thompson, your views on the expulsion of
Bravo?
Bravo.
Or you rather not comment?
You know, I cannot comment
too
much about it.
Okay.
But, I mean, it is crazy for anybody to say something to someone. I mean, how can you be working... Okay, Dave Cameron is the president of the West Indies Board, as you know. But remember, he's not a paid person. Here it is that he has to work feverishly to put millions of dollars in Bravo's pocket. And here is Bravo going publicly.
Call him an idiot.
A big idiot. Big idiot 52.
And saying, it's 4 years now, you should resign. You know? And
you imagine that?
But Sebastian, is the ban, how long is the ban for?
Well, what is done, I mean, he was removed from the team, and obviously there has to be a hearing, because you have to have due process has to take place.
Yes.
So he was sent home from the tour, and obviously it probably will have to go, I don't know if it will go to the disciplinary committee, or if he will have to meet with a committee appointed by the board. I don't know which way they will go, but I mean, something like that. Yeah. I mean, nobody should get away with that.
I think Bravo was out of step altogether, out of order. Yeah. I'm not saying the board...
Somebody made us...
Yeah, go ahead. The board also is a bit autocratic, you know, but I don't think that anybody can justify what Bravo tweeted. Certainly, that was...
I mean, it's crazy.
That's craziness.
No, but I think, well, he was emotional.
Idiot.
He was emotional at the time.
They told him to pull it out to apologize. He refused.
Okay.
He was given a chance to withdraw it from the Twitter, and he refused. And he refused to apologize. Oh, yes, I read the whole thing.
He's not big on the game.
I think Bravo is mad. See what you've asked?
Well, somebody said that maybe he doesn't want to play cricket again because somebody said when somebody made a statement like that, maybe they're on their retirement.
You call him an idiot, you're writing, don't even call him, you know. It's not on word of mouth, you know. You're writing for the record, you idiot, you should have resigned 4 years ago. And some of the things he said.
Yeah, but Sibo, I understand he was wrong, but at the same time, I heard Cameron's justification for giving him the C contract. He said it was based on averages, right? But at the same time, he gives Samuel's average was about 18, Bravo was 35. So, but Samuels gets a B contract, and Bravo gets a C contract.
Well, that is another matter.
Isn't that?
Well, I couldn't understand.
But Thompson, one thing I'll say to you, the board, Kamal, has nothing to do with the grading, right? The gradings are done, there's a by the selection, by the selectors. Selectors are the people who put people in the grade, because there's a process, there's a formula that is used for putting based on your performances in the last.
It's like an appraisal report over a period.
Yes, exactly. But be consistent, because Samuel's average was half that of Bravo's, but he got a higher contract than Bravo based on that system.
But you have to take into consideration Samuel's statistics is limited over the last year as well.
No, but we're talking about Test cricket, right? I mean, that was what they were looking at.
No Test cricket.
Is the average in Test?
All international engagements. All international engagements.
Yes.
The criteria is Test cricket.
Yes, but no, I'm just talking about the consistency, because if that's what you are using as a kind of a cold or a yardstick, then why not just do it? Because Bravo was at least twice that of Samuels, but Samuels got a higher contract. So it seems to me that they're saying one thing about what they're using, but they're using something else, because the numbers don't bear it out.
Who are the people who award the contract? I thought it was the board. You said selectors?
Well, as I say, the director of cricket is Richard Pybus.
Richard Pybus, the director of cricket. Yes.
He's the director of cricket.
So
as I say, the directors don't give contracts. I mean, there's a formula that is used to grade everybody for the performances in the last year.
Yeah.
In other words, from September last year to September this year.
Who does the grading?
Based on your performance.
Who actually does the grading?
Well, as I said, the cricket, the selectors will look at it. The director of cricket has a say, a big say in it as well. But not the directors. The information is sent to the director.
But it's not Cameron's own doing. Yeah.
Cameron will not have any part to play
involvement
in making of the grading for sure.
Yes.
But
yes, approves it.
You know, but Sibo, I'm disappointed because it comes at a time when it appears to me, and I've been saying it for the past 2 weeks, that West Indies cricket, at least Test cricket, seem to have turned the corner, and it almost looks like we can't get out of where we are.
Well, I not took too early, but we see some good signs.
Yeah. But you
I won't say turn the corner yet, but we see some good signs.
From what I understand, if I can just enlighten listeners, there are 5 different grades for pay contracts.
Right.
5. A and A plus.
I didn't hear that.
5 different grades. 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And he got the lowest grade. There's A and A plus, B and B plus, and C. He got a C.
They are full grades, A, B, and C.
No, yeah, but A plus and
there's
A.
There's also A plus and A.
Yeah.
And there's a B plus and a B.
Yeah.
I read the whole 5 grades. He got the 5th grade as a C. How do you justify giving Bravo the lowest grade when he just gave you one?
Listen. One person, Greg Bravo, got A, Marlon Samuels got B, and everybody else have the same grade. Everybody, all the 13 people have C. But remember, Samuels didn't sign the contract.
I know that.
Yes, but how is Samuels above Bravo going on averages?
Yes.
How it happened?
Samuels. I don't think we can explain that.
Disclose that in the radio, eh? I don't think I can disclose that in the radio.
No.
But that, as I said, Bradford has grade A, Samuel B, and all the other players in the same grade. All the others.
Yeah. But it's ironic that Bravo, after that epic performance in the first test against Pakistan.
No, but honestly, that wouldn't count. That performance in the first test.
It's outside the review period. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Because the period will be September.
Okay.
But at least for the period that counted, Sibo, he was averaging 35 in a so I mean, I don't know. This is just, I mean, like I said, I'm not justifying his outbursts, but any human being treated that way could react like this.
But anyhow, the point I'm making, Thompson, he could have reacted, but he was given a chance to reflect and to reflect and to take it back and apologize. He did not do that. That's the point. And then it said it was against his contractual obligations, and they wrote him a letter that unless he apologizes, that would be it.
But
and he stood by his Twitter and he paid the penalty.
But also I find to myself, presently Fountain Every time there is a tour, there's something happening with cricket.
It's always, it's not good. It's not good for the cricket. Yeah,
it's not fortunate for West Indies cricket at all.
Yeah,
because
what is a pity?
Yeah, because
when you make you take one step forward, something comes up and you get one step backward.
Always. We have this all the time.
Because presently, look, Fountain, not even sponsorship we can get for our games anymore. You're not seeing cricket telling the same cricket anymore.
You have a thought about what's happening to Australia? What do you think is wrong with Australia?
You know, Australia panicking so much now. But also, I heard you mention that Rod Marsh has not covered himself in glory. That's not entirely correct, because you know,
as a selector,
for the last 5 years,
lately.
he has been chairman of selectors for the last 5 years.
Yes.
He won the World Cup.
I know. See what I was saying in the last year or so. Then the last year since the World Cup. I meant in the last year. Yeah, he won the World Cup. Yes.
But they're struggling now, Ozzy.
Yeah.
They can hardly find players. They have now gone back to Greg Chappell as a selector.
Selector, yes. Yes.
In fact, the coach himself was saying that there are only 4 players that are certain for the next year.
As Lehman said so, yes, the coach.
Yeah.
Only 4 players are certainties. Yes. Stark.
Everybody now has to go.
Yes. Yes. But
so they're really struggling.
Yeah.
Struggling now.
Oh yes.
And it's not West Indies alone that are struggling. You have the mighty Australia.
I've never known Australia to be in such a crisis. When they had the Packer episode, they had us almost like a second team, but still, Bobby Simpson was recalled and so on. It was a very strong team still. I've never known Australia to be that weak.
But we have to give South Africa some kudos for their bowling.
Yes.
Just imagine Markel and Stein, they're out, you know. Right?
Yes. But you know what you have to give South Africa kudos for. They have 3 good young cricketers.
True.
You have Rabada, you have Peacock, and you have Bafuma.
Yes.
Very good young cricketers.
And very young. Rabada is about 21. The Cock is 23. And Bavura, how old is Bavura? 22? About
23.
22. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have 3 young, outstanding cricketers.
Yes.
That makes them.
Yeah.
And you have the Villiers to come back.
And people like Abbott are still second against the. Not in the first 3 or 4, and he's still very good.
Right.
Abbott,
and you see that
Philander. Markel can't even play. You know. So.
Exactly. Now, in fact, if De Villiers is fit right now, when he were to come back, they would have a crisis. Who would they drop?
They have to drop Dumini. They have no choice.
What?
Dumini.
What?
Dumini.
No, Dumini never 100 hours in the
doesn't matter, but he'd have to be dropped for De Villiers.
Yes.
Sean Marsh has scored 118 a test match, and he was dropped the next test. They have no choice. Or maybe
but if you drop Cook, who are you gonna put in to open?
Huh?
Who will open? Amla will open.
Amla. I guess we can get Amla back in the opening spot. Yeah.
Amla can open. The Cock can open.
No. You don't want the Cock to open. You want the Cock where he is. I think you want the Cock at number 7.
Fountain, I'm very much impressed with Ramada bowling, you know.
Yes.
Very much impressed with this guy. I mean, this guy has this shot delivery and this delivery. You end up holding his run up, is smooth. And look at his physique. From the time of line, he has improved his physique. I mean, it's
incredible.
Incredible.
You know, and see, was something else I noticed, you know, for South Africa, they moved De Kock from the number 6 position to the number 7 position. He was averaging 34. He's now averaging 74, you know, at number 7.
Right. Right. And he's very consistent.
Very consistent. 74 number 7.
Yeah.
Sibo, you can remember the line. I haven't greeted my fans yet. I think we had Jeff Charles for an hour. Did you? You gonna wait on the line?
Before we say that again?
You want to wait on the line while we call our fans, because we haven't called our fans. Yes.
Problem.
Okay, so just give me a 5 minutes break then. Okay?
No problem.
All right then. Okay, so let me call my fans then. Randy Charles, B.A., Kent Abraham, Cecilia Durant, Cecilia Matthew. Hello to Herminus Emmanuel, Cassie Cott. Blessings, who called earlier on. Ozzy Walsh, whose birthday is today as well. Ozzy Walsh had the same birthday with me, and he lived in my street at Newtown for years, and I think he was named after me.
Ah, okay.
So, Walsh, every time November 7th comes around, Ozzy Walsh must call me to wish me happy birthday, and I have to reciprocate all the time. So, Ozzy Walsh, happy birthday to you, my good friend. And also, we became lawyers, and he told me, Ozzy, one thing you're living out, we both have the gift of the gab. I didn't want to put that in, but he put it in. So I'm sure Ozzy Walsh is listening. Glenn Ducre, Clem Fingal, my good friend Clem Fingal, Louis Robinson, Dr. Emmanuel Finn out there in Washington, Dr. Justice Irvin Andre, Mr. G. I hope we can get more people like Jeff Charles Thompson. If you know others you can get. It really gives a little, fillip to our program. And people like to that you can reminisce to the good old days. They love to reminisce. So Felix Leslie, I haven't heard from you for some time. I hope you're doing well, Felix Leslie from Portsmouth. Pat Corbett, our good friend. ASP Wicks. Berkey Bolin, my good friend. Bogoroy. Bradley Joseph of NCCU fame. Billy Amor. Paul Joseph. And the Breadnut Man, Julian Newton. And his brother, one of his brothers, although Paul told me the name, I forgot the name now, but they always listen. Robert Peter and Dr. Vivian Moyes, Daryl Titt, Norman, we have heard from no one for a long time. Macmillan's Boys at Forcoley, Andy Carter, guys from Forcoley again, always listening. Clinton Antwine, Raymond Harper Edwards, these guys are ardent listeners. Jeff Williams, Michael Murphy, and Frances and Clances, and there's of Salisbury, Franklin Laron, Toronto, Blue, and Clotilda Doctrove, Ninja, my good friend Ninja, Henry Thomas, Bradley Roy, Rambo, Julius Corbett, and there's so many, Dr. Hendricks Paul, and Teresa and Dennis Polly, they're out there in Canada, Gustav Williams, and Robertson Laura, ASP I think he is, and Matthew Cuffey also, all my good friends of the police force. I can't forget, I should say, those dear friends of mine. And Mrs. John Chillingford Vanley, I think her name is, Stevenson Ville, another police officer, and Cornelius Lee, Jenny Chenet, Stangleben from Point Michel, and Bennett Ostry, my good friend Ostry, and so many others. Joseph Mann, who was given a couple of those quizzes, and Joseph Mann of Bath Estate. And I think I'll stop for there now, Luby. Go quick,
I go with the Bertrand's family in Kennefield and say hello also to my wife, right now, home relaxing after had this work. James Electronics, T-Boy and Patricia, don't forget their eatery tomorrow, Friday. Dr. Piper, Price in St. Croix, Edison Allen in Bath Estate, and the Bath Estate crew. Our fans in Financial Center Square, that Tat and the Boys, Jughead, the JBD Juiceman in Pottersville, and held us to Pat Cobbett. Our fans in Jubilant, Pocassé, Collyho, Salisbury, St. Joseph, the entire West Coast. Also Granby, held to Joseph Hunter in Calibishi, Patrick John, St. Heavy Shillingford, Mr. Philip Allen, Prosper, the pharmacist, DJ Man, Irvin Augustine, Darian Simon, see you in a while, Babs Dyer, Zay Manuel, Joe Kendish, Muku, also Cecilia Delaney, Jerry in Newton, Harlem did very well. They hammered Portsmouth 4-1, Roy in Goodwill, and Martin Lawrence in New Jersey.
Indeed. Thompson, you have a few names?
Yes, indeed. I'll see very quickly. Yes. The guys at Jacqueline Shop and Shaw listening, Cachette and Jacqueline and Zami and Onion and, Last Born, Tinam, Georges, Ernest, Wayne, Pharaoh, all the guys of the Granford Football League. I was supposed to have made contact with them today, was it because of the Football League going on? But we kind of ran out of time.
Yeah.
All of them, they're listening. We'll have them next time.
Yeah. Thank you. Very brief and to the point. Now, I just want to offer my commiserations. I almost forgot that. To the family and friends of my dear friend Anderson Jolly, who passed. He passed a few days ago. And I want to offer my condolences. I knew Mr. Jolly from a long time, well, let's say Andy, because he was my personal friend. A very good rapport with him. Since I was going to the grammar school, that's many, many years ago, I know Andy, and you have few gentlemen in Dominica that I could really say have that sort of class and decorum, and genteel, if you like, a genteel man, like Anderson Jolly, and of course you heard all the tributes paid to him over the last few days, and I think it's very well deserving. I want to say to his wife Fatima, to his son Orin, his staff, Mrs. Dover, and the whole crew. They're like a family to me. I know the Jolly workers so very well. I've been so long associated with Jolly Pharmacy that I want to, on record here as well, offer my sincere condolences from my wife and myself, and I wish the family of Andy Jolly. He was a great Dominican. And also Pablo's wife, and passed as well, as Alicia Pablo Later. My good friend Pablo, my condolences as well to Pablo Later and the rest of the family on the passing of Alicia Later. And there are a few others who have passed, but I mean, these are the two that I can call to mind at the moment. And yes, I think you have the score here, Pakistan.
Sibo is still
we have Sibo, let's join back Sibo. So Sibo, you heard the news that Andy Jolly passed?
Yeah. Well, I know he was in the States for a while. He wasn't well. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And it was sad when I heard he died. I mean, I know Andy very, very well.
Okay.
Very, very sad.
Very, very fine gentleman.
Very, with a rare gentleman. And always willing to help, eh, Ozzy?
Always willing to help. Oh, yes. When I got in news, though Thompson, when I heard Jolly, I didn't know he was sick. I actually broke down. Like a child. Broke down.
He was in the States for a while.
I didn't know that.
He was up there for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had taken...
Somebody just sent me a text and telling me, how come, they thought you called me on my phone, they were wondering, how come you have me holding on so long? So I said it to me, you are calling the hotel.
All right, Sibo.
I was holding on myself so long.
Well, since you're Wesley selector, they probably felt you're so affluent now, you can hold on for a long distance call for many, many hours now, Sibo. And you're well healed now since you've become a West Indies Test selector.
Are you very safe where you are there?
You know, huh?
Are you very safe where you are there?
Are you safe?
Very safe. Yes. I mean, in you go in the street, nobody bothers. In fact, these people here are very well mannered.
Yes.
To them in India, they're very.
Yeah,
and as you know, cricket is like a one sport.
Yes.
It's a one sport country.
Passion of
basically.
Yes.
Cricket and
cricket. Because
and hockey.
I heard you talking about the stadiums, Ozzy.
Yes.
Where the women are playing is a brand new stadium as well.
I heard they had a number of stadia opened in India this year. A number of them. Yes.
And all this, and not only that, the practice facilities. If you see the
practice facilities.
I mean, it's just something else. I mean, it is something else.
Yes.
And you talk about the ground they're playing the test match now. It's not really a new ground there.
No, but it's
the first time they're playing test cricket there.
It's not a new ground.
It's just on the road from where we are.
Yeah.
It's only a couple hours driving from where we are.
Yeah. They say it's number 111th test ground in the world. 111.
What number is Dominica?
I have no idea. Maybe in the 90s or so. I don't know. But
Sibo, let me ask you, what did you think of West Indies' performance in the Tri-Series?
Well, I mean, they're playing today again, by the way, they're playing today.
Zimbabwe.
I mean, And they did
West Indies women.
Considering it basically.
No, West Indies men.
He meant the West Indies men, but they just started the tri-series.
Yes, they beat Sri Lanka.
Yes, they've just begun the tri-series. Yes.
And they're playing Zimbabwe tomorrow.
Right.
Well, beating Zimbabwe is no big deal.
It was a good first outing.
Yes.
And you know, if West Indies wins that tournament, they probably will move up ahead of Pakistan, by the way.
Yes.
In
that series.
In the ODI?
In the ODI ranking.
In the one-day ranking.
Yeah, okay.
In the one-day ranking.
Yeah. But really, I still have to lament the demise of Australia, because just a year and a half ago, they were the World Cup champions. Then they were just a few months ago, before Sri Lanka, they were number 1 in the world. Then they went to Sri Lanka and were whitewashed. And then they left Sri Lanka, they played some ODIs in
Pakistan,
in South Africa, and got whitewashed. And now at home, Australia is virtually monolithic and unbeatable at home, And to lose at Perth, they hardly lose a test match at Perth. And now they lose by an innings and 80 runs at Hobart. I mean, to me, Australia right now can hardly pick a proper 11. And it's when they collapse, Lockhart Sebastian, losing all 10 wickets for 83 runs. Another side, all 10 for 85. On the last day, we thought they were going to be a fight when they came to bat on the 4th day. And they collapsed again.
They were 129 for 3 and they lost.
For two,
and they were all out for
116.
Before lunch,
Before lunch. They actually lost the test match in 2 days and 1 session. Because the third, one day was just rained off, one of the days. So they actually played for 2 days and a session and lost. But that's a serious thing.
Sibo, do you think Smith is in danger of losing his captaincy, probably to Warner?
Well, I think they say, and they claim they have confidence in him. But sometimes I don't want to blame the captain. I mean, but when you look at what the captain has, the lack of quality, the lack of quality, you can't really blame the captain. And Ozzy, it's not going to finish right now, because they're coming to India for 4 test matches.
And they're playing Pakistan afterwards. They might lose to Pakistan as well. And they're going to India. They're going to India in a few, around March or April. So Australia really up against it. It's a crisis for Australia now. After they play South Africa, they have to play against Pakistan. I think it's 2 or 3 tests. I think it's 3 tests.
They play Pakistan and then they come to India.
And then they're going to India. They might lose. They might lose the next 9 test matches. Australia. The mighty Australia.
Well, the humiliation is not far. The humiliation will continue for Australia.
Yeah. Well, heads will roll.
No, but what happened to the famous pipeline, Sibo? I thought there was a pipeline of players waiting that they were generating them from birth, and there will be that constant pipeline. What has happened to that?
Well, when you look at what they have now, the pipeline seems to be blocked. We hear about the government saying a lot of projects in the pipeline and it's blocked.
No, I think it's too quick to call the demise of the Australians. True. I think they're going for a bad patch. But I suspect they will bounce back.
Because they have pride. They are fighters. They have pride.
Yeah.
I am not prepared to say that they're dead and done for Aussie. I think they're going to bounce back. They will make some changes because where, to me, the weakness really is in the middle order.
Well, Australia...
If they can fix that.
Australia doesn't seem to have, or what they call a bench strength. Some players were waiting, knocking at the door. They don't seem to have that. I think the Sheffield Shield...
That's true.
The Sheffield Shield was once the premier domestic championship in the world, if you like. After, better than the English counties by far, better even than almost like a Shell Shield in the Shell Shield days in the Caribbean. Shell Shield was almost test level. So was the Sheffield Shield. But Sheffield Shield now, I understand, I read a bit about it. It's not the same Sheffield Shield of yesteryear producing these great cricketers from Australia. So something has to be done about the structure of Australian cricket. When you take Voges, he came out at 35. But now, can you have a man of 37 failing and continue with him? Best you pick a youngster. But they haven't got the youngsters, Lockett, Sebastian. So Australia is in a...
They don't have the...
No.
They don't have the players now. Unlike West Indies now, who have a few youngsters also.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
Australia doesn't have that. Australia really is in a crisis, and that's an understatement. But I only hope they can bounce back because they have a great tradition. And we all know, I don't want to spend time now on the great tradition of Australian cricket. We all know that. But they have never had, I think, such a crisis in more than, 100 years.
Sebastian, Sibo.
You.
Yeah,
Yes.
What's your, what do you look at the Volcanoes, the first game? What do you think of the first game?
Oh, yes. The Windwards lost their first game, Lockett.
Well, the Volcanoes, if you look over the years, it has always been a problem the first couple games.
Yes.
And, the guys who went to play a match on the lights, when they hadn't practiced on the lights...
Oh, they played on the lights?
Day and night.
Yeah, the first match was on the lights.
I didn't know that.
It was a day-night game.
I know there were going to be about 6 day-night games, but I didn't know the first one they played in Trinidad.
Well, it was a day-night game.
Okay.
They hadn't practiced on the lights. In fact, the guys hadn't practiced. So they didn't win so much. It was a problem, as you know. There was this Creole festival. They couldn't go to the gardens because you had Creole in the park. And it was the last week before they traveled, they had to practice.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get places to practice.
Yes.
So it was a headache. And
Right.
they're going to play a match on the lights when you hadn't practiced on the lights.
Yes. But Devon Smith carried his bat in the first innings?
Yes.
85?
I did that in Barbados 1 year.
You did that, Sibo, yes. Okay.
In 1984, I carried my bat
So,
in Barbados.
Devon Smith has joined you as batsman of carried a bat for the Windwards team.
In a first class match. I think
In a first class match.
I've been Greenwich of Barbados City as well.
Yes. Okay, Sibo, you had that in your in your CV as a batsman, Yeah, I think, Sibo, we have just about 1 minute left. Any final comment? When are you going to join us again, Lockett?
Well, for sure, not next week, because next week I leave here. I should be in London for a couple of days before I come home. So it's from December. I'll be, week after next, I'll be in the studio with you guys.
Okay.
From week after next.
Week after next, we'll expect Lockett Sebastian. Yeah. Okay, Lockett. Well, we want to wish you all the best. Did you hear our talk with Jeff Charles?
Yes, it was nice to hear him. I mean, a 78-year-old man, and his voice was so clear.
Yes, Jeff is now 78. Yes. Well, I hope when I become 78, mine will still be very clear. I'm not too far from that, Lockett, but still far enough. Okay, Lockett, we have to sign off now because Lambie is here and he looks very stern. So I have to give up. But Lambie's watching me. First time I've seen Lambie's face like that, so I have to vacate the seat. Sibo, all the best to you, Lockett Sebastian.
Okay then.
Safe travels.
Bye-bye. All is safe travel, right. So that's it. Fans, Sports Wrap comes to an end. We were very happy to have Jeff Charles. We hope to have him some time in the future. Thanks to Dr. Thompson Fontaine for getting him, and maybe we hope to get some other people of yesteryear to bring back as well. We always welcome the reminiscences. But now we say goodbye. On behalf of Dr. Thompson Fontaine and Lobby, my good friend Lambie Charles is here for a program which Thompson might take part in as well, The Worker's Voice. And the way Lambie has come in here, I expect tonight to be a real blockbuster of a program. Lambert Charles of Marigot to host that Workers' Voice program. So goodbye to all my fans. Till next Thursday, Ozzy Lewis saying bye-bye. Thanks for listening.
Good evening, Dominica. Wherever you are on the island, my name is Lambert Charles, and I will be with you, or we will be with you, for the next 2 hours. This is the Workers' Voice here on the big station Q95 FM radio. Of course, every Thursday we have something going on. Sometimes we're on the road, and other times we are here in studio. Last week we were in studio with a lovely program, and of course we are in studio again this evening, and we promise you something great. We have some very informed young gentlemen here who know their stuff, and we look forward to sharing with them and with you. Again, it's the Workers' Voice. Wherever you are on Dominica, God bless. Thanks for listening, and if you're in the region, a special good evening to you, and those in the wider world, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, good evening to you. Of course, we always begin with something religious, so here we are. Fernando Ortega, Lord of Eternity.
Blessed is the man who walks in your favor, who loves all your words and hides them like treasure. In the darkest place of his desperate heart, they are a light, a strong, sure light. Sometimes I call out your name, but I cannot find you. I look for your face, but you are not there. My
Okay. Good to be here this evening again, and wherever you are in Dominica, let's say a special good evening to the folks from Wesley, the Wesley constituency, which includes Palm Tree and Woodford Hill. Our senior lady there at Palm Tree, good evening to you. Hope all is well with you, and hope the common flu doesn't touch you at all. Well, in Jesus' name, we would like to know that you are healthy and strong and move around. Of course, to the VCAS constituency, we say a special good evening to you out there, and of course the Paybush, the folks in the Paybush constituency there, which includes Calabishi, good evening there. Unica, Anthony, Victor, and wherever you are, a special good evening to you. Of course, I see you all the time on Facebook, so it's always good to see you. And to the folks in the Cottage constituency, Mr. Burton and company and family, good evening to you all. Ulila and all the others in the family there, good evening. And those in the Portsmouth constituency, headed by the young man, Jefferson James, good evening to you. And to the ladies that I know very well, the Patricias that I know very well, Patricia Charles there on 10th Street, and Lizzie Charles, welcome back home. Nice to have you around for a few days. And the people on 10 and 11th Street, the people, of course, to Patricia Abraham in Pottersville, and to Patricia Zamor, you know where you are. Good evening to you all. Of course, and to the people in the territory, the constituency, the Sally Bay constituency, a very special good evening to everyone up there. Be you Labour, Freedom, United Workers' Party, no party at all. Good evening to you. We all care about you, and of course, tonight's program will be dedicated to you, of course, and to the rest of Dominica, and to the group out there in Jersey. Always listening. To all the folks in New Jersey, always listening. A special good evening to you. And of course, we've got a song queued up, something that is going to cause you to think. We've got this song queued up. So we'd like you to listen as we deal with this song. Let me see. Here we go. Is the Mighty Sparrow doing it just in the Sparrow way? Dorian, wherever you are, and Robin. That's right, Donny Ali.
Neighbor, look, if I was a selfish man, I wouldn't be involved in this election. I don't know already, I want fame. Plus, I ain't looking for fortune again. All I'm asking is that you pay close attention to the many problems we all face from dawn to dawn. You're intelligent, I think, and you should face issues. But you're behaving like a moron, cussing me for way I born, but you pipe behind no water. You pay too much for butter. Take your steel beam and go. The terrible school system is such a bloody problem. Take your steel beam and go. Agriculture's in a state, planning is inadequate. Take your steel beam and go. The northern and southern idol, the two kingpins are bubble. We know, we like it so. We like it so. We're free. Anything that's wrong, he go put it right. Georgie Porgy tell we the other night. So instead of displaying impatience, cool yourself and give the fella a chance. How the hell you could say ONR go do better? Bet we send you back Grenada in a drum. We and Georgie going to put it right together. We have freeness and freedom, plenty roti, plenty rum. Hospitals have no limit. It's brown paper they're using. Take your steel beam and go. Public transportation is an abomination. gone through the roof. Take the steel beam and go. Classified information for personal gain is common, we know, but we like it so. We like it so, but we're free. Sparrow boy, you need psychiatry aid to beat them bourgeois people motorcade. Me afraid to tell you straight to your face. You back in a jackass in a horse race. Georgie say all you ain't getting one damn seat. Oh, and I'll come out to mama guy. And Bokassa say how all you going to feel the heat. The penalty to oppose is high. That's political suicide. We have no house, so we squat, living with cockroach and rat. Take the steel beam and go. The cesspit flowing over, you could catch yellow fever. Take the steel beam and go. Soldier in bulldozer, break down me shocking mover. Take the steel beam and go. It's plenty sexual favors to be a 10 days worker, we know, but we like it so. We like it so. We're free.
The views expressed in this radio program are not necessarily those of Q95 FM radio. Q95 FM radio will not accept any responsibility or liability for the statements made in the course of this program.
Good evening to Alida, wherever you are this evening. Special good evening to you and your lovely family. And to Mr. and Mrs. James, wherever you all are this evening, special good evening to you. And of course to the Margaret constituency, we say hi and hello to all those listening to the Workers' Voice tonight. We've got some fine young gentlemen here queued up and ready to go, so we will pass the microphone to the gentleman to my immediate right, and then we will take it from there. Again, it's the Workers' Voice. Good to be in your company this evening, and we look forward to having a swell time tonight.
Yes, thank you very much, Lambi. Good night to the people of Dominica listening to the great radio station Q95. I would like to say good night to a few people in the Kalinago territory, Kitchener Laville, Francois Barry, Ryan Burton, and the others. Good night to you all. I also would like to reach out to the Honorable Joshua Francis. Good night to you and your family, sir. And also to Mr. Norris Privo in Roseau Central. Good night to you, Mr. Norris, you and your family. And to Joseph Isaac, sorry, good night to you as well. I'm sure you all are listening. Tonight with me is Honorable Hector Sparks John from the Solid Salisbury constituency, and Honorable Danny Lugay from the Roseau North constituency, the Roseaus that said no to Labour in the last election. And tonight we heard Sparrow, and I'm just want to ask Sparks if he liked it so as we start off the discussion.
Good evening, Mr. Sanford. Good to be in your company, Lambi. Danny as well. Let me just say, Sanford, off the bat, no, I don't like it so, and that's why I'm here tonight. We don't like it so. All the nonsense is going on, dancing, belly with camels and everything happening these days. You know, the flu epidemic, and it's serious. We don't like it so. What is going on right now, Sanford, with that flu epidemic is serious. We need we need some intervention. We need to hear from the government, and we need to discuss it a bit more because it's a serious issue. We are in too many deaths.
Very true, Mr. John. And we have seen over the few days, we are seeing a surge in sudden deaths in the country, accompanied by, as you said, the deadly flu virus. I would like, as we start off, to give the opportunity to both of you to comment and also express some sympathies to families and friends in your constituency, and Dominica by extension, that, you know, the family spreads far and wide in the country. So I'll just allow you a few minutes, you know, to do that and also comment on what is going on with this flu virus. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let us take the opportunity to extend best wishes to the people of Salisbury, Coolbishop, and Ratchet as we continue to grapple with today's circumstances. I would like to also pick up my good friend in Pilit Savan, Mr. Urban Baron, and also a good friend down there in Granby, Mr. Alexander, James Alexander, and Higgs and all the others, Mr. Ron Green. I just want to pick them up, say good evening to them. Let's touch base with our friends in the diaspora. You know, they always listen, and that is why the United Workers' Party continue to be a very powerful force. They give us the type of support, encouragement, and also give us some constructive criticism along the way to help us, to keep us focused and positive. So let me just take the opportunity to thank them and continue to get us what tonight. We're going to have a good program. But Sanford, I'd like to take the opportunity to extend sympathies to the family and friends of my very good friend, Miss Marcella Powell, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education. We had a very good relationship, working relationship as a power rep of Salisbury, and she, the PS in education, she was PS in education, had a very good working relationship. Also, I would call her from time to time to assist students, Dominican students overseas, if they want to get into the ministry and get something going, and the parents or somebody locally can do it for them, I'll do my best, and we build that relationship. And during the summer, we work closely during the reopening of the Coolbishop Primary School after Hurricane Tropical Storm Erica. And I spoke with her last week, and she told me that she was suffering from the flu. And I asked her if she's going back. She said she's going back to work by Wednesday. So I told her, "Are you going back in the air condition?" You know, and I called her Thursday. And she told me she's working on the stuff for me. And then on Monday, I was telling the young lady, we met in town, the young lady I was working on, the English student, that I'll call Miss Powell tomorrow to just finalize. And that's what happened. And on Tuesday morning, we heard the sad news. But not only Miss Powell and her family, though, but other families were hearing a lot of people being affected by the flu and ending up dead. I met a police officer from Sophia Scott said, I know him very well, a short police officer. I know him even before he was in the force. And I met him at the hospital. He told me he came from, they're doing a postmortem on his mom. She had the flu and she passed out maybe in the early morning. And then we heard about some kids around the place, you know, and a young man, a gentleman in Point Michel as well, Mr. Toussaint. So this is a serious situation we're in right now. Chikungunya never killed people like that in Dominica. Zika never did that. And if you say now it's a common flu, something is not right. And I believe the Ministry of Health should do some investigation and make a public statement on what's going on. I think people just taking it like it's a joyride, is common flu. You'll fall sick, take 2 paracetamol, and that's okay. No, but you're hearing too many deaths. And as the member of Parliament for Salisbury, Coolbishop Monrachet, I would like to call on the government, the Minister of Health. I was told that he's in Morocco right now, but the Ministry of Health should make some statement on what is going on, and we should have an investigation to really find out is the flu, common flu, or something else that is happening and is really affecting the country right now.
Yes, again, you know, your concerns are similar. We know in the Kalinago territory we had quite a few deaths in the last few days, sudden deaths as well, and it is becoming, you know, it's becoming worrisome. Some of my colleagues at work were very concerned, and we didn't want to sound like conspiracy theorists, but is there something wrong going on? Is it really the common flu, or is there's more to it? And I really support your call to the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, that they need to look at this thing with more seriousness and see, you know, give people something, give people some information, you know, alert the people in a way that, you know, people become more cautious of what is going on and take it more seriously, and even maybe you know, extend a unit within the hospital that when people come through with this illness, they can be treated, you know, much easier and not have to go through the casualty with the other thing, because it is serious, and we may have to find ways to contain the spread if that is what is going on. So something has to be set up, and I would like to join you in calling for this kind of proactive measure from the Ministry of Health. But let me pass on to my brother Danny, to my right, the PAL rep for Rosanov, and ask him to join in and extend his sympathies and comments.
Yeah, but before I get to the condolences, I had a treat earlier on in that in Sports Rap, I heard a voice which I grew up with in the 70s and 80s, Jeff Charles. And it was certainly a treat to hear from Jeff Charles. I was really wondering when I would hear that voice again. And I would like to commend Sports Rap for getting these old, the voices of old, people like Ozzy learn from, and so on. So I would like to really commend him for bringing on Jeff Charles tonight. Let me say good evening to Lambe, good evening to Hector, and good evening to Sanford, and also to Rosanov. It's really a pleasure to be on program tonight, and most of all, we are in mourning in the Rosanov constituency. Last week we had last week we had the burial of the Mr. Bernard. So the Bernard family is still in mourning, and now followed by the death of Marcella Powell. To us is a real heavy loss, because she lived in my constituency for a while. And actually she died in my constituency. So to the Powell family, I'd like you to know that our prayers and thoughts are with you, and to the entire constituents living in the vicinity, and other families who are suffering one loss or the other. To people who are feeling sick, I'd like to tell you to hold on, that we have your back. And just to lift your spirits up a bit, I'll be doing a song. So to the Powell family, I'd like you to listen carefully, and other families who have suffered loss. We know of the loss of Pablo's wife, also died. She was buried yesterday. Lennox and myself, we visited the home, and so just in a manner to lift your spirits, listen to the words of that song carefully.
Also Willow Lando from St. Joseph.
He will bear your burden, share your heavy load. In his arms he'll keep you down life's rugged road. Just keep your eyes on him, he's true to the end of the way. So he will bear your burden, share your heavy load. In his arms he'll keep you down life's rugged road. Just keep your eyes on him, he's true to the end of the way. My Savior, my healer, my gospel revealer. He's more than all the world to me. He's my captain, my tower, my help in every hour. He's mine throughout eternity. So when this life is over, at the setting of the sun, I lay my load aside, for I pray thy will be done. I've kept my eyes on him, he's true to the end of the way. So he will bear your burden, share your heavy load. In his arms he'll keep you down life's rugged road. Just keep your eyes on him, he's true to the end of the way.
Yes, thank you, Danny. And let me also extend sincere sympathies to the family of Mr. Anderson Jolly of Jolly's Pharmacy, and the staff Ojoli Pharmacy as well. I just want to extend sympathies to them. And yeah, he was from St. Joseph, so the entire community of St. Joseph like to extend sympathies on the passing of a great, humble Dominican, distinguished and well accomplished Dominican, Mr. Anderson Jolly.
Very good. Thank you. Well done, Danny. Always good to hear Team Dominica's talent on Showcase. And you know, as you were singing that song, I just reflected that in our lives we always need some pillar, something we can turn to in times of when we're weak, and we can turn to and hold on for strength. And for many of us, it could be our families. For some of us, it's our pastors. For some of us, it's our friends. So whatever is your pillar tonight, reach out and find comfort, find strength, find hope. But gentlemen, we are on our program and we are continuing. And as we move, let me just say good night to Monel Williams in St. Joseph. Hope you're doing well, Monel. Hope to hear your voice soon on the program. And the people of St. Joseph, good evening. But Mr. John, the United Workers' Party as the opposition party in Dominica has been doing an excellent job in leading the march towards building and strengthening our democracy in Dominica. And we have been doing that with much trouble, with much obstacles in Parliament. We meet obstacles in DBS radio and all over the place. But we've been doing an excellent job nonetheless, and educating the people of Dominica on the need for a stronger democracy. Can you tell our listeners about the awesome responsibility that the party has undertaken?
Of course, Mr. Sanford, and let me just start off by saying one of the themes we had back when the United Workers' Party started, it was United Workers' Party was the education party. And we continue to be the education party in terms of ensuring that we go out there and educate the masses on the issues. Even though we get the obstacles sometimes in terms of limited media access, obstacles in Parliament, and other ways, we continue to persevere. We continue to break the barriers and to ensure that we meet our goal and to continue educating the masses. And United Workers' Party came under the leadership of Mr. Lennox Linton, I think in October of 2013, and that continued. And we continue to build upon it, where we started as a party in 2005 when we started the call or the march towards electoral reform. And under Mr. Lennox Linton, we continue to have the town hall meetings, the rallies, the public meetings, the press conferences, and that radio program. Also, you coming on board, Mr. Sanford, has also add to it as well. And that means every time we move a step forward, we add value to the discussion and to the process, and people begin to understand and sit back and listen. And why I'm loving the education process, I had a conversation a few days ago with a 19-year-old college student. And he told me he was flicking through the television some time ago, a few first days ago, when we had the meeting in Laplin. And he stumbled upon the program and he started listening. And he told me that he have listened to every program. I know he's listening tonight. He continued to listen to the United Workers' Party every Thursday night. He want to make it a point of duty to listen to that program because he was raised in a Labour Party home. And he told me that his parents are hardworking, their Labour rights. But he grew up in the Labour home. He never listened much to others and things. He didn't vote. He missed the voting of 2014 by about a few months. And now he beginning to understand the importance of electoral reform, because he heard us speaking about electoral reform, but he never understood how important it is to ensure we have a thriving democracy. And what he said to me, he started asking some of his college students to listen to that program. So that means if we touch one, we will touch a few more. And if that young man who was raised in the Labour Party home tell me, begin to listen and understand the importance of electoral reform, the importance of voter ID card and cleansing of the list. That means United Workers' Party message is getting across. And we want to continue in that vein. And that's why when we go out to the rural communities to have this meeting, it's important that we continue to educate and keep the discourse at a level that everybody will understand and continue to move forward. You know, another thing that United Workers' Party is about, genuine advocacy. And no one in the region, in the Caribbean region, can challenge the United Workers' Party on electoral reform. I think we are leading the way. I think maybe the reason why we are out there more, because it's more challenging for us, because of the whole situation, our government, civil society, and everybody else playing their role, not playing an adequate role in ensuring that we move forward. And that's why right now, after the loud noise of the independence season, we have to sober down and let us begin to reflect, ponder on what is happening to us as a country. You know, and United Workers' Party, in the campaign promise, we said as soon as we get into government, we're going to have electoral reform. We're going to ensure that we have 2 terms for the Prime Minister. We also ensure that we're going to have, we were speaking about fixed election dates, also campaign financing. But United Workers' Party also gave support and make recommendations for that electoral reform. We don't sit there and say we only want electoral reform, but we say that we want to sanitization of the voters list. How can you have 70,000 people, and you have 72,000 voters? That means all your babies, unborn babies, and maybe the dead voting. Well, we know that the dead voting. And so these are the type of things like voter ID cards. We have been asking for it, and we are very consistent with the OAS observers, consistent with CARICOM, consistent with the Commonwealth Secretariat, and asking for voter ID cards, access to the state media. How can you be an opposition party and cannot access? You are part and parcel of the governance of the country, and you have no access for the national radio station and the national television station. These are the type of things that the United Workers' Party continue to advocate for. As I said, we are in line with the recommendations of the OAS, CARICOM, the Commonwealth Secretariat. We also ensure that we have competent individuals on the Electoral Commission. And right now, presently, we have 2 commissioners, Mr. Wayne James and Mr. Hilary Shillingford. And we're hearing them making their contribution to ensure that we have a thriving democracy. It is not only not just pushing the agenda of the United Workers' Party, but pushing the agenda for electoral reform, that to create the level playing field, that every vote will have the same value. So Sanford vote and Danny's vote and Dr. Darrow's vote will have the same value. And that is very important for us. We also make it a point of duty to meet with consultants who come on behalf maybe of the Electoral Commission. For example, when Mayor Motley represented the consultancy firm from Barbados, she met with us in October of 2013. And we gave her some of our concerns with her. We met in 2012. We met with the Commonwealth Secretary General, Mr. Sharma, at the time, and we made our recommendations. Danny was there when we met with him. So the United Workers' Party always make this type of contribution. Mr. James represented us at a Strengthening Democracy and Campaign Financing workshop in Barbados, organized by the OAS. So, and the Labour Party was invited to that function, and they didn't go. They didn't send anyone. And these are the type of things that the United Workers' Party continues to do in terms of ensuring we have a working democracy. We also compromise to some extent our stand calling for voter ID card. and where we say we'll give support to the multipurpose identification card that they will be that was being developed by the OECS in partnership with the World Bank, and we gave support to it because they said the Prime Minister said he wanted a multipurpose card for other things, and we will use it for voting, and we called for it. October 2013, there was a press release from the ministry, from the government, saying that we're going to have voter ID cards, the multipurpose voter ID cards coming in very soon. And some of the requirements they were asking, requirements for enrollment, multipurpose identification system. And please note that a valid local pictorial ID must be presented on enrollment. This includes passport, social security ID, driver's license. That is in October 2013. We are in November 2016, and we have seen nothing yet. And let me just remind Dominicans how to continue to educate. A few years ago, India provided voter ID cards for 700 million voters in 6 months. And we're talking voter, now in Dominica, we have a population of about 70,000. And we have been speaking electoral reform, or the commission was on the way to they made a decision in 2008. 8 years now, we cannot provide voter ID cards for about 70,000 people. And that is serious. And that is why Dominicans have to ask themselves a question. And interestingly, a lot of us followed the elections of the United States. And we saw what happened. The president-elect said he's going to make America great again. And everything he spoke about was about America. And what we're speaking about is about Dominica preserving our democracy. And that is why it's important as citizens that we continue to advocate, to agitate, and to ensure people get that information. We may have meetings with the Electoral Commission. We also wrote to international agencies and governments. As I said, we attended we had some protest actions. The United Workers' Party did all that. We're doing all that under different leadership, and the United Workers, under Mr. Lennox Linton, we continue to do that and to show the importance of it. But as I begin to open the door, and I want us to just ponder, just listen to yourself, just relax and take this in. What are you? I asking Dominicans now, what are you going to do to ensure that we have electoral reform? What are you going to do to ensure that every voter, every vote has the same value? What are you going to do to ensure that everyone meet the voting requirement as given the opportunity to independently cast their votes? What are you going to do to ensure that the people get the government that they truly deserve? What are you going to do about the importation of voters? So for these are questions that we have been asking and raising. And I mentioned the American elections because under his theme, Making America Great Again, as I wind down from to bring Mr. Luby, Trump told his voters they voted for what they believed in. And I'll give you 7 areas they voted. And I want us to think about it as well. Rural America came out to vote. Who live in rural America? Pure the white brothers, the white men, pure Americans, who live in the inner cities and the urban areas. It's the minorities. They came out to vote. And I want us to think of what Trump said, because that's what he bought the American. Right now, he's pulling back on some of them. But he said, what he sold to them, build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Temporarily banning Muslims from entering the United States. Bring manufacturing jobs back. So the Clay Harbors and those things that are out of America, they'll bring them back. Impose tariff on goods made in China and Mexico. Deporting all illegal immigrants. And he said it was about 11.3 million. How many of our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean who are up there in the United States, making a living, sending little barrels to their families, but they are not right with the American immigration system? They might dump them to our shores. That is what he said he's going to do. Renegotiate or withdraw from the North American Free Trade Agreement and Trans-Pacific Partnership. And also, number 7, bomb and or take the oil from ISIS. That is what he offered. They told the Americans, and that's why they went out to vote, because he wanted to make America great again. That was change for America. Do we want change for Dominica? Do we want to see our country move in the right direction? That is why electoral reform is critical. Disenfranchisement of some of our voters, of our Dominican brothers and sisters, we cannot allow that to continue. Importation of voters, we must stop it. The buying of votes, the bribery, the in-your-face disrespect, bold-face nonsense that's going on. We have to stand for it. We have to begin to ask ourselves question: what legacy are we going to leave for our children? And that is how I would like to start. We have to stand for something, Sanford. If we don't stand for something, we will fall for anything. And any $20 a ticket, we will fall for it. But at the end of the day, our children and our country is going to drain.
Yes, Mr. John, and you made the point. You made the point very well with the American example, and the good thing is, I mean, you were able to take down all these points living in Dominica.
Yeah,
and it means that the media was able to communicate that information no matter what media station you turn to, and you could have that information.
Right.
Unfortunately, we don't have the same leverage or the same opportunity in Dominica with the media. If we like tonight on this program speaks so much good stuff about the importance of electoral reform in this country, it is only aired and heard on Q95. And if we ask for an opportunity on the nation station that taxpayers of Dominica are paying for, it wouldn't go through because the manager will say no, or somebody in DBS radio or GIS will say no. And this is the kind of unfairness, this is the kind of bad democracy, I would call it, the undemocratic practices that we have in our country. And to your point, you raised some very important point. You raised the issue that we have asked, and we said that we will implement 2 terms for a prime minister, which is very, very good. It's keeping in line with what most progressive countries are doing. But for some reason, again, as the Calypso said, which we opened with, Dominicans seem to like it, like where you have one person for 10, 15, 20 years doing the same nonsense that doesn't get us anywhere. After 10 years, I believe somebody is expired, they are exhausted, and their energies and their creativity and their innovation goes away. I mean, they have to get into something. Even in business, you see that. After 10 years of a business, you either expand or you get into some new form of business, or you develop a new prototype of good, and change continues. But in our political system, the Dominican people seem to be liking that. But again, and maybe I'm wrong to say the Dominican people, because you made mention of the imported voters and people who do not live here that decide for us who governs us. So and this again ties in with the importance of electoral reform. But you hit a very important point as you close on the 7 points for Trump, and it shows the importance of the media in attaining or getting a true democracy, free and fair election, and attaining electoral reform. So I turn to Mr. Luge. Honorable Luge, you heard your parliamentary colleague Mr. John, as he outlined the fantastic work that UWP has been doing to strengthen our democracy in Dominica. We all agree it goes beyond the call of political duty. It's not just UWP in this call. It goes beyond that. There are other stakeholders at play in this, and they're responsible. They hold that responsibility as well. We may not be hearing them, but we need to tell them they are responsible as well. And my question to you is not just UWP. So, as an important stakeholder in the process, how would you evaluate so far the role of the media in Dominica in this campaign for electoral reform?
Okay, what I would like to do is to start off where Hector ended. You notice that he said that Donald Trump was able to win the election, and we know that he won it with probably less money spent than the democratic machinery. And that to me is very, very important. In any democratic system, you have to be able to have a shot at it. There must be a level playing field. And I believe that Donald Trump was operating on a level playing field. After spending less money, he was still able to win the fight. I believe that Trump, he fought smart. You'd notice, like, even after, he won the election, he's still on Twitter. So he's still using the Twitter medium to make his point. So I believe the question that you asked, the role of the media in democracy. An independent media is most vital feature of any democracy. In a small nation as ours, if we have our people being fed a one-sided perspective, it will influence their thinking, and ultimately it will influence their decision-making. If we have a government who is able to control all information regarding its own action, it could most certainly escape all accountability and have an unacceptable level of influence over its citizens' action. We have examples in Dominica of DBS radio. We have example of Kyrie radio station. We have examples of GIS. We have examples of Vibes radio, where the government has full influence over those radio stations. And it's very difficult or even impossible to hear the voices of opposition parliamentarians on those mediums. So if we have to have a thriving democracy, that has to change. Okay, you must be able to have the voices as we had in the American election. You had the Fox News, which probably some of us would think is pro the Republican Party. But on any given night, you would have a panel of people, and some would be for against, pushing the viewpoints of both the Democrats and the Republican Party. So when we talk about electoral reform and the role of the media, that is exactly what we mean. Dominica is a small population of 70,000. The media houses are very few. And it's lopsided in the sense that on Kyrie, you would have that voice probably where we can express ourselves. The United Workers' Party and the Freedom Party can freely express themselves
on Q.
On Q95. Yeah. But we can't be heard on DBS radio, we can't be heard on Kyrie, we can't be heard on Vibes radio. On the Chronicle, we could hardly get our viewpoint. So the media, if the media has to act as this effective check of government, and the power and influence over its citizen, something has to drastically change in Dominica in terms of media. A common charge against media is that it lacks the principles of objective and impartial reporting. For example, you hear a story on geothermal, and you hear the viewpoints of, let's say, the Prime Minister. How often do you hear the reporter calling on members, the leader of the opposition, or the parliamentarian on the opposition side to give their viewpoint on
I
geothermal.
don't want to interject you there too
Yes.
much. I want you to continue on that line, so don't lose that thought.
Yes.
But I mean, it's hypocritical for example, at the point you raise where a minister of government would go on radio and make a point about a major policy action that the government is undertaking and totally ignore an alternative view from the opposition, or if not, a supporting view with some variation. And this is just totally unfair to the people.
Yeah.
However, the hypocrisy is in the House of Parliament. Because in the House of Parliament, they allow the Prime Minister a certain amount of time during his debate to present, and they give the leader of the opposition the same amount of time to rebuttal, support, and do all the different modifications that he may think. In the interest of the common people, every person will hear both sides of the story. So to me, the point you raise, it's hypocritical of DBS or GIS or the other radio stations who would not do what they try, what they expose to the public every once or 3 times a year in Parliament. I just wanted to put that in as
Well, I'm happy you brought that point in because this morning on the DBS News, there was this As I See It segment, and DBS went around asking a few people what they thought of DBS, is it fair and balanced after 48 years? And a lot of people
45 years
were actually saying, well, yes, DBS is fair and balanced, but I think it's because of how the question was posed. If you ask the people, how often do you hear the voices of opposition parliamentarians or even members of the Freedom Party on DBS, you'd get a totally different viewpoint. But you alluded to Parliament, and I don't know if you saw my script. But
I don't play garage.
Before I come back to the role of the media, so added to the problem of a non-independent media is the problem of a non-independent parliament. For example, as far back as the year 2000, we had the very same speaker, Alex Boyd Knight, saying to a parliamentarian, opposition parliamentarians, I will give you 5 more minutes to further confuse yourself.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that in Parliament?
That was
you
said
have a
to the
speaker
Honorable Doreen Paul.
Said to Honorable Doreen Paul, I'll give you 5 more minutes to further confuse yourself. We also had, the speaker saying to parliamentarians to go shake your bag where you sell your coals. Today, the speaker continues disrupting opposition MPs. It goes as far as bad as even when we start to point to standing orders, she'll tell us no, she don't want us to do that. So it's not just a question of media. In the highest office of the land, the highest courts of this land, the Parliament, you have a speaker stifling the voice of the opposition. But if I should get back to the question that you asked originally, what is the role of the media? There's a serious danger of a non-independent media in that it could distort the quality of information that people receive and in turn distort the decision making. Again, if somebody gets fed a diet of one thing, fish every day, really and truly you can still become deficient. You still won't grow properly because you're only getting, one part of the nutrition. So that's exactly what I mean, when I talk about the danger of a non-independent media. In a small population as ours of 70,000, you have, as I said, a few media houses. So we have the Chronicle, for example, controlled by government. We have DBS, controlled by government to the exclusion of the United Workers' Party. We have GIS, controlled by government to the exclusion of the United Workers' Party. We have Kyrie doing the same, Vibes Radio, and the very few like DNO, you have your mapping, also controlled by government, and DNO, I would give it a little independence, and also the Sun newspaper, there's a measure of independence, by the Sun newspaper. So media must play that role of holding government accountable. I remember a few years ago, it was Brenton Henry who asked a few questions of the Prime Minister, and some people found him out of place.
Yeah.
Was it the same Kamala, you know, when she was fair and balanced in those days.
It was in 2007 after Hurricane Dean. I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Vincent
Yes, really.
asked her, you know, when she was asking a pointed question to, you know, to government. So if the media houses cannot hold government to account, we call that the watchdog role, you have a problem. And if it's just Q95 doing that, we have a problem. We need more independence, you know, in our media.
Danny, while you're in the media and the government, while you point out all of the other medium that the government ministers are able to use, they also have access to Q95 whenever they're ready.
Yes, indeed.
I want to make that point.
Yes, it's an important point too. Now, in addition to the role of the media in a free society, we have the issue of the undermining of institutions of state. And, you know, I think Sanford alluded to that earlier. You have the Electoral Commission, where Tony Astafan seems to be infiltrating there and influencing people there.
Not infiltrating, he commands, he pulls the strings of the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, and something I'm very concerned about, I'm going to say it tonight, when you have commissioners, you know, give them the right to be hucksters of our passport, I have a problem with that. I consider that a conflict of interest. You know, in the city council, if you cannot sit as a councillor if you have a family member working in the council or doing business with the council, I consider it the very same thing. You have 3 commissioners on the Electoral Commission who are selling passports, and you know, and that would
but I need you to take your time with this, Danny, because this is very important, because I had to explain this to a young person as well who asked, but what is you making noise about? Because you all allow, you know, that's the question to me. You all allowed to have 2 guys to sit as your representatives, and the Labour Party allowed 2 guys to sit in as the representative,
and then the chairman.
And then you have a chairman. So why are you making noise about? Because your guy should be pushing your agenda, or so be it. That is the perception. And I had to say to the guy, well, yes, this is true. So in our representative, if the other side is pushing an agenda which is against us, they have to stand and fight. So the 2 of each creates a balance. And the chairman, his role is to be very, very independent and objective and rational, to choose what is best from the suggestions coming from the opposing sides, to choose what is best in the interests of the people of the country. So his role and responsibility has to be independent. But then, as you rightly said, if he then becomes an agent who does business based on the approval of the sitting government, the Minister of Finance, then clearly, my brother, there's a conflict of interest. You don't need to go no further to explain it. From an elementary standpoint, there is a conflict of interest, and there is need for that to change. So I want you to continue on that.
Right. So what I would say, if someone asks me, what's the proof that, you know, these guys are biased, or, you know, well, yes, we can say there's a conflict of interest, but what's the proof of that? Well, I would point to the fact that the very commission that says there is need for voter ID cards, after 8 years of agreeing that there's need for voter ID cards, we do not have voter ID cards.
They need to say why.
They need to say
somebody
why.
to explain that.
Why
And I believe, and again, and that's why I'm saying, with the role of the media, it's so important. And I'm wondering whether we really truly have journalists anymore in this country, because no one seemed to want to, you know, we have been talking electoral reform for about 3-4 months on ending, and we will continue. And no media house or prolific media personality has gone to the commissioner and asked, hey, these guys are out here, you know, talking about this. And yes, we remember in 2009 there was some emails going around. We remember in 2013 you made some commitments for these cards. What is going on in 2008? What is going on? Tell us, tell the people, through us, the media, what is the hold up with this voter ID card or multi-purpose card. And this is not happening. So again, I want you to continue again on that line.
Yes.
The role of the media.
Okay. Yeah. Now I will just divert a little bit to something that's happening currently. The city council election is on now, and here it is, another corrupting of another election. There are four how we call it?
Wards.
4 wards in the city council. Ward 1, which is in Newtown, Ward 2, which is in Roseau, Ward 3, which is in Goodwill, and Ward 4, which is in Fokole area. And do you know, this election was the very worst. 2 people got selected, but there was no voting process, you know. There were people, and I would say, connected to the Labour Party who ensured that there's absolutely no voting. But it's a little more than that. I think there needs to be a review of the timing of that election because of the question of independence celebration. A lot of people are distracted, and that I think takes away from the whole question of people participating in the election. But as well, there are people who are suppressing the whole question of voting, because in Ward 3, which is my ward, there were 3 names put forward for voting, in the city council election. You had Irene John, you had Danny Luque, that's myself, and you had the Morrow guy down Pottersville. What was done? This name was pulled out. Morrow's name was pulled out so that there was no election in Ward 3.
I don't really want to prolong on this topic too long, but what you're saying is that if Morrow had gone up and beat, say, Irene John or yourself,
right,
the electorates who could have decided that didn't get a chance to decide that. Their voting right was taken away.
Well, exactly. There was no, what I'm saying is every effort should be made by the government institution so that people's vote would be actually counted by their representatives on the city council. But every effort is being made to suppress that voting, and I have a problem with that. And when I get an opportunity at the inauguration, I'll be making that point. So just like in the general election, you have, suppression of votes or contamination of the voting process by bringing in voters. You have the very same thing in the city council election. So in other words, in the all 4 wards, nobody actually casts a ballot. And it's because you had candidates being pulled out, and these people will be brought in, not as nominees. So in every case, you have that undermining. Now, finally, in the early days of the Rosie Douglas administration, we'll recall that the press corps traveled with Rosie. So that showed his transparency and accountability, in my view. Yeah. We see a drastic change when Roosevelt Skerrit took over. We couldn't get basic information, and that, as I said, that has never happened before. What we're seeing today is that Skerrit travels and he shows a preference for entertainers rather than the press corps. We never knew that. We never know when Skerrit is leaving the island. We never know where he's going to. We never know what is his mission. And even when he returns, we never get a report. So all of that shows, like the role of the media is not really reflected in this administration in tenure. Now,
so would you venture into saying that the current administration have found ways to suppress media independence?
Definitely. Now, if an independent media would ensure that economic decisions are made based on information coming from the government, if investment decisions in tourism, investment decisions in agriculture, investment decisions in small businesses are made based on government information. We know of 10-year-old promises of boats to transport agricultural produce for farmers, yet to be fulfilled. We see the Morocco Hotel more than 5 years ago, still in the making, We had the coffee plant more than 5 years ago, still to become a reality. We have geothermal after $60 million spent, and we are yet to have a 5 megawatts plant. Now, we would hardly hear from the media on those issues, and that is when we talk about an independent media would be asking questions about those things, and even in Parliament, these questions are suppressed.
Yeah, but let me just add quickly to what Dan is saying. The first, we miss out a media house, online media house, Mass in the Cemetery. I think is one of the media houses in recent time that has maybe doing some real investigations on some real issues in Dominica. And we have to tip our hats to them. They challenge the authority. I mean, they're the ones that go on, let us know about what happened with the coffee plant in Portsmouth and many other issues. Some things come out even the invitation today, I saw them an article on the invitation to.
I don't want to interrupt too much, but Danny made mention of the geothermal plant, $60 million burnt.
Yeah.
We yet to have one bulb lighted.
Right.
We never considered looking how or other areas we could expand hydro, which has been so successful and which is maintainable for 150 years if good things done at it. We never even seek any alternative. We just went and just burned $60 million, and we have nothing to show for it except now that we are hearing that the boiling lake is no longer boiling. I saw some pictures today where guys are going in and having a good bath, and I'm wondering whether these guys do exude all the heat from that valley, from that hole they put in the ground there, and these are some of the consequences of that. But we will go into that some other time. Right. But you were talking about the Mass in the Cemetery and the coffee plant and so on.
And I also tried to raise some of the issues they have been raising, and none of the other media houses locally, they are not taking a leaf or say, okay, Mass in the Cemetery is something and raise some serious issues, but they are maybe not based in Dominica. Why don't I ask the Prime Minister about some of the concerns that were raised? Or do my own research on some of the topics or some of the areas of concern that were raised? And these are the type of things we'd like to see happen. And I want to challenge the media as well. Mm-hmm. Recently, on November 4th, 2016, there was an incident with a 16-year-old girl. And that incident included the general manager of the national radio station using the vehicle owned by the national radio station.
Was there a tracking device on this vehicle?
I am not sure. the Prime Minister,
tracking device. Right. Maybe we need to ask the Prime Minister, was there a tracking device on that DBS minivan?
Right. But the video that went viral with what transpired, we have yet to hear any media house or that media house give a public statement, or any media house. Yes, Q95 had it on, but another media house meeting the general manager, asking him all what happening. The police, how are we going to deal with a situation like that? The welfare division.
But not only that, Mr. John, of late I have been seeing the circulation of the British Prime Minister, the current British Prime Minister, question, asking the Baroness Scotland that the Prime Minister was so proud that he and all the other Dominicans in his cabal was so proud that he helped become the chairman of the Commonwealth. Yeah. And the Prime Minister asked her to give some explanation as to some of the allegations out in the newspaper in England. And I noticed, I don't know if I'm the only one, but there's clearly a distancing of the Prime Minister from this great Baroness Scotland. And the media house in Dominica don't seem to want to ask the questions of that.
Thank you very much.
Following that again, and I don't know if maybe because in my field, you observe a lot of things and you make analysis. But then there is a I believe I can see some correlation with the current affairs as it's alleged with the Baroness, as I read in many of the newspapers, the British newspapers, and the refusal of our foreign minister to answer the question in Parliament.
Thank you very much.
Of Honorable Linton as to the diplomatic passports. And I really want to know tonight, and I hope some of the media houses will follow up with this. Was this Kenyan or this Nigerian lady? Remember this
Alison Madike,
this famous lady who did a lot with the oil money,
right?
And there is a connection to the Baroness Scotland, I think, in meeting the Prime Minister,
right?
Is there something there in that the media could investigate to find out whether this lady was one of these people that was pulled off from our diplomatic passport? Because clearly something is amiss there. I don't understand why. In the Parliament of the country, where laws are made, where information are given out to both sides of the altar, that such an important question would just be brushed aside and no media house followed up, and all this is going on while Miss May, the Prime Minister, Theresa May, is asking questions, and no one is asking questions here.
But even
is that how we come?
But most of the British media asking these questions as well. Even recently, yesterday, they were challenging Baroness Scotland for spending £307 on the seat of for toilet seat. You know, at her Mayfair residence. And these are the type of things we have to continue to ask about and raise. And today I challenged Matt about one matter was asking about electoral reform. Who should we blame? He said the general public, but I said the media has a role to play in that, and they should take the blame, because you are bringing information to the people, and outside of that information there's ignorance, and people will act on the ignorance. So when Sanford come and tell them, as they say in a blind country, the one-eyed man is king, if Sanford can say ABC, they will listen to Sanford.
I'm not one man. Anyway.
No. But you pick up where I come from. But the point, Sanford, is important. As I'm done, I can come to you, Lambi. It's important that we disseminate information, and no one,
and investigate as well,
right? No one can challenge the United Workers' Party under the leadership of Lennox Linton for disseminating information. We do that all the time. We come, even in Parliament, our presentation is superior to the government side. Even this, they're not presenting the bills, you know, but we do our research and we go there and we present. We come there now, electoral reform, we bring the information out there. Different countries who came after us, using the information that we have in Dominica in terms of electoral reform, and we cannot get it here because our people are too passive.
Yes, and we will move to Lambi now as we take a small break, and we invite our callers tonight. You know, the information is going out, and we heard of the young people asking questions, and people are beginning to listen, and we need to continue to educate.
If you really want, you can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want, but you must try and try and try. You'll succeed at last.
That's what the man says. You can get it if you really want. Electoral reform, if we really want it, we can get it. Just keep on trying, try and try again. We'll succeed at last. Keep on trying.
To get your share, got your mind set on a dream. You can get it, don't hold it may seem now. You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want, but you must try and try. You'll succeed at last. I know it. Listen.
We are going to take some calls right now. This is an interactive program. One of the difference, of course, thus far, I'm pleased with what I'm hearing, and I know you out there listening are pleased with what you're hearing. Unfortunately, there's no video this evening, so you just listen and, of course, make your calls. So we are going to give the numbers right now. The numbers are 4493095, 4493096, 4493097. Digicel access number is 616-4257, and the overseas access number or the international number is 305-432-9624. We will take your calls right now.
And also WhatsApp. You can WhatsApp us on 1767-265-4334. 1767-265-4334. WhatsApp.
Give you that number again, the WhatsApp number again.
265-4334. 1767-265-4334.
Thank you very much. So you can WhatsApp, and of course, if you need additional WhatsApp numbers, we've got that here. So again, we look forward to your calls coming in. On the international line, good evening. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Lambert Charles and your team. Let me just contribute to the program tonight, just to indicate that whenever you have a government or party in the elections, I think we have to help all people understand that it's important that they stand up for the truth, ensure that people are registered based on the requirements of having lived in the constituency for 6 months, ensure that there's no bribery, because bribery is against the law, and ensure that there's no treating. I mean, everything that's in the law should be enforced to ensure that people get the government they want, and no government is imposed on them. Thank you and good evening.
Very much.
Mr. Cabs, thank you very much.
Good evening, caller. Thanks. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
Doing okay, yeah.
Good
Okay.
evening.
I like everything I hear. But I have a problem with the registration of voting and people going to register to vote. I think it should be done in a different way, because that business of going to people's private home to register, I think that should stop. Because I can recall last election taking certain people to register to vote at people's private home. Sometimes the people at work, when they come from work, they'll say, "Oh, I'm tired, I don't think I can do that today." I had a young man that was so frustrated going to one private home all the time. Every time he go there, he would get a problem, some resistance. Every time he go, he would get some resistance. When he was fed up with that, he came to me. His mother sent him to me. I took him to the electoral office, and while I was there, I spoke to the man what's going on, and he then called the lady at ministry, because she works at ministry, and he explained to her that that man has to register. And I went back with him the afternoon to register him to vote. And another thing again, we have a lot of foreigners in Dominica. They tell you to bring your social security card for registering, bring your driver's license. You have a lot of foreigners here that they are not citizens of Dominica, and they will go and register with a driver's license or a social security card. And I think that's all you should look into that very deeply. You have to be a citizen for you to register to vote. A person cannot have a driver's license or a social security card because they may be entitled to work in the country if working permit, and they are not citizens. So that is a thing all you have to look into. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for calling. Your point is well taken. And I think in a progressive democracy, I mean, there should be institutions to handle this, and going at people's private homes maybe is something of the past that was conducive, but we need to,
Village councils.
We need to move to the next level, according to their own phrase.
Again, we encourage your calls, 449-3095, 96 and 97, 616-4257, 305-432-9624. Again, let's take this other call. Good evening, caller. Thank you very much for being there. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, Lambi. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Could you raise your voice?
Yes, I said good evening, Lambi. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. That's a lot better.
Yeah, that's good. That's Breezy Hill here. Yeah, Lambi, the lady was talking about a lot of people that may not be citizens here, and they may be, wanting to vote. I think those of us from the various constituencies, we have a responsibility. We should know all of the people in our constituency that are foreigners and they are not citizens of our country. And that when we are around the polling stations, we should look out for all of those people And once we recognize that those people come to the area to vote, we have a responsibility as citizens of our country to stop them. No matter what the cause, we have to stop them, period. There's no ifs, no buts about that. This is our country, and we have to make decisions for and on behalf of our people of our country. While we agree, we love people coming here, but at the same time, they're not able to come here and make decisions for us. We have to decide for ourselves. And so therefore, we have to be vigilant, we have to be on top of the situation, and we should know, as a matter of fact, by now, we should know all of the people who are not citizens of this country living in our constituents. That's my contribution tonight. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, caller. Again, a very good point. To be vigilant, and this is what we are really talking about when we keep this campaign on for electoral reform. With electoral reform, many of these issues that you all are raising will be dealt with and taken to a better standard as we guard our democracy, guard the ability and the freedom to vote and make choices based on what we think is in our best interest, as we say in economics, our own self-interest. And in doing so, we need to have debates among candidates. We see that is being suppressed. We need to have debates among our political leaders. We need to have debates on policy issues. We need to have debates on agriculture. We need to have debates on education. We need to have debates on the review of education. For example, with the current universal secondary education, we need to have debates on how can we make it better. And the way we have it now, without the media access, without electoral reform, a government is imposed on you, and you don't have that choice. It is somebody else from the outside who may be coming here illegally, who maybe have been treated, who maybe have been paid their tickets for, are coming to make that decision for you, and they are not paying any taxes into the coffers of this country. So it's a lot to talk about, and we are keeping the pressure on. We are educating people, and we welcome the callers.
Good evening, caller. Thank you very much for being there. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. How are you doing, man?
We're doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Mr. Fontaine here from our plane. How are you doing, Danny Lurgay?
Hey, doing okay, man.
What's going on?
Yeah, are you ready for the elections?
It's going to be hot. Well, yeah, I'm more than ready. My voice is hot. Been going around all day today doing some house to house. We are ready. If something big is happening, something big is going to happen in our plane, and people got to pay attention to that plane. And we're going to drain the swamp, as Donald Trump said in the U.S. We're going to get rid of all the nonsense that's going on, and the corruption, and the money laundering, and the misappropriated funds, the missing government properties, and the misusage of council property. We're going to get rid of all that. And coming with a new Team 5A, we are launching on the 25th of this month at the People's Park in La Plaine. And we're going to present our case. And we're going to let them know what time it is. And they know. They're afraid. They're nervous. They're trying to do what they can to prevent this from happening. But it's not going to happen. It's going to be the council is dissolved. We have new elections. And the Latvian people is going to make the decision. And they're going to send a clear message to them on January 9th. To let them know and give us a new mandate to let them know that enough is enough. And they're fed up and tired of it. And, just pay very close attention to this constituency. And also with the Latvian constituency, that something big is happening here. And I'm telling you, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Don't be surprised, Danny. Don't be surprised.
Okay.
You got it.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Thanks, Mr. Fontaine. I must again compliment you on your advocacy for the Lapland people. You have been doing an outstanding job. Despite some of the people who are looking at it differently, you have been doing an outstanding job, and I would like to join in and compliment you and tell you to keep the strength, keep pushing, keep working, keep reflecting, and keep doing positive things.
Earlier on, Hector mentioned the incident with Cecil Joseph and the DBS bus. A clear sign that our media is not independent is the fact that that matter was not investigated at all. It was not investigated by or reported on by any radio station other than Q95.
Yeah.
Now, not even our police investigate the matter, and something was done about it. So, when you have all of those things happening, look at the actions of Peter Seja in La Plaine.
And they get promoted. Talk as Prime Minister.
Can you imagine that? instead of putting the guy out of the parliament, he was promoted to acting prime minister. I have a problem.
But Danny, as you say that, there's a caller who calls the radio very, very often. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's some Robinson guy. I have never met this gentleman, but I've always listened to him intently, and he have been making this point consistently for many years now, that once the institutions of government are beginning to be eroded and diminished, compromised and undermined, the country is heading towards hell.
Yeah.
And this is what we see now. It's almost a state of anarchy when you have a sitting minister of government can do the actions that he did. When you have people in management positions that have to, that have the nation, the heart of the nation, the DBS radio, the nation station, as they managing this and can come and do these things. My brother, we are heading in a state of anarchy.
But Sanford and the manager is still bold-faced to tell people who challenging him or asking questions to go read Psalms 45, and then go on his the 45th anniversary cocktail of the DBS radio station, and had his long speech a week after that happened, and no one challenged him. And that is where you made that point. Our institutions are undermined. You're not hearing the social services. You're not hearing the religious communities. You're not hearing civil society on that issue, where a young lady who was being violated, disrespected, humiliated, physical, in the public domain, by the manager of the national radio station, using the state's boss, and no one is speaking. And as Sparrow say, we like it so.
We're speaking.
No, I mean, we're talking about.
But you're right, and there are members of society who are paid, and I believe. I mean,
and the Minister of Tourism coming to defend, instead for Robbie Tongue to challenge Cecil Joseph, or make a statement saying how you disrespecting the young lady. Robbie Tongue is the Minister of Tourism is on social media defending Cecil.
Let's take this call. Good evening, caller. Thank you very much for your patience. Go ahead, please.
Let's go back to electoral reform.
Yes, the manager from CBS, is that his wife's daughter?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. As you spoke about the minister and the manager. Let's go back a little bit to electoral reform. And registering of electors. Since when the country of Dominica, the state of Dominica, developed the practice of registering people in other countries? This is something, who is doing the investigative reporting on this practice? Because the law prohibits that, but it's being practiced. And people must know about it, and the investigation should be done, and the people should be probing, the press should be probing and exposing this.
It's not been practiced, it's been professionally done. It's not only been practices when they're trying to do it. But they have been doing that since 2005 elections. We spoke about it, we wrote to international agencies and governments. We wrote to we met diplomats. We discuss with them, we bring this information to them, we show them the evidence. You had the OAS observers who came in 2009. They met with us, we discussed with them. They made recommendations. They came back in 2014, the same thing, they repeated the recommendations. And who standing up for us, and we continue, the United Workers' Party continue. And we were saying that the United Workers' Party is not doing anything. We are leading the fight. We are leading the charge.
A caller made the point that when this continues and it persists, civil unrest will unfold, and it appears that maybe this is the ultimate outcome. But
there'll be no elections without without electoral reform. The leader of the United Workers' Party made it very clear, Honorable Lennox Clinton. There'll be no elections without electoral reform. So there will be elections if we have electoral
But
reform.
there's something that I want to ask Danny on your topic, which we'll coming back to. And maybe I'm not the only one who has this in their mind, and maybe by answering you'll help a few people understand. Is there a difference, really and truly, between the elected opposition members and their role in DBS Radio, or their role or the access the access that they should have of DBS Radio and the United Workers' Party? Because some people think that, okay, you are the United Workers' Party on the DBS Radio, they may have a card to say, okay, we're not allowing you in on any way to talk to the people. But as an elected member of Parliament representing a constituency in Dominica, does your status change when it comes to that, to the building?
Well, it shouldn't. In my view, as a national radio station, every Dominican should have access to the radio station. But I think it gives like further affirmation when you have the weight of the electorate behind you. And for DBS Radio and the government to be locking out elected members of parliament from a national radio station, I have a serious problem with that. And that is why the call that you mentioned earlier on of our leader, Rosonoff, which is the largest constituency on Ireland, is in full agreement with the position of our political leader that we will not be participating, and we will
not participating. There will be no
election without electoral reform. You know, and I will insist, and I will be calling out all of the people who have been asking me, what are we willing to do about it? The first meeting on electoral reform in this cycle of meetings was held in Fokole. And I made it clear to my constituents that Danny Lugay is saying, we're going to ensure that the next election we have our voter ID cards, the list will be cleansed, we will have access to DBS and the other state media, and that is how it will be. I've said to Fokole and the other areas where I spoke, I've seen it enough. I saw it in 2009. I had the experience of seeing my very brother, Peter Lugay, come down to Dominica with a ticket paid by the Labour Party, and I will not tolerate it again. And that's my position, and that will be the position of Rosonoff.
And what is even worse about it is that, Sanford, is that you have people who know better. Okay, no problem.
Let's hold this thought a while. Good evening, caller. Thanks for being there.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, in the question of cheating in elections in Dominica, I've been monitoring for some years now. You know, cheating is going on year-round. Even the MEP that is part of cheating.
Yep.
For the definition of cheating.
Yep.
You have a big situation in things like, for instance, Queer Music Festival. Every year, they have about 300 or 400-500 people. They give tickets, VIP and all that. Some of these people, they come from maybe foot soldiers, come from different communities, different constituencies. They come to town, some of them do dressage, so you can know how, not like the dressage, their polyester plants, their whatever. You could see these are people are not really interested in the festival, but they get a free pass, VIP. They come, and all they do is take entertainment, for instance, in the VIP booth upstairs. Imagine one booth is designed to serve 30 people approximately. And at one night, any one night, about 200 to 300 people is being served in this booth. I think the guy has two booths. I call him the guy. And maybe he's serving 400 or 500 people in the two booths. That is designed to serve 30 VIP. So cheating is a legacy of this government. And that's how low these people go to. So they always campaigning, they always in tune with cheating. We see it at elections, at by-elections, at every occasion they get for certain party, they sponsor everything now. Now, even the police can come in. Because I don't see how a minister of government, for instance, could be sponsoring so much activities when we know their legal salaries. Nobody asking them questions as their source of revenue. They are not legitimate business people. Legitimate business people in Dominica now cannot sponsor nothing. They're not in a Queen David sponsor. We have to look at it. These people change our country, the dynamics of the country when it comes to election, and we have to develop ways in which to stimulate this time.
It's going to take a revolution of the mind, any revolution, like what they're going to take a revolution.
Now, secondly, the situation of having people registered in Antigua and all these things, this is happening all the time. It is not happening here in Dominica. I investigated a situation at Hill of Squad, and I went to the presiding officer. That's for a bagatelle. And the person, somebody name was transferred from Bagatelle to Newtown Junior School by some woman who is deeply involved in the cabal, right? And the guy never knew his name was transferred in until he said he went to Bagatelle. Check his name wasn't there. It's only when he went to Tongue and he was talking in Newtown. What they telling his name? She telling him his name in Newtown to vote. I went to the presiding officer to confirm the fact. The presiding officer told me that it's true. The guy came up to vote and his name was not in it. So he was transferred even without his consent. And this is the manipulation that these people using offices that they're working for. They're working for the state. They have big jobs, right? High emolument, high remuneration, and they dare to be dirty work. Some of them are 3-4 salaries. All these are factors are killing this place, right, and keeping us as slaves in this country. So there's a lot of work to be done. And I in my mind, I know there's only one cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, caller.
You're right.
Let's take this overseas call. Good evening, caller. Thanks for your call. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening again. Well, I honestly believe that we should start by taking certain guys to court and letting them clear the policies that they are using in that electoral process. Because I personally know of people who came and voted the week and weekend before that election took place the last time. And that is not right.
Wow. Thanks for your...
And vote. And they should take this guy to court and see what process he's using. Take him to the regional court, the Caribbean court, somewhere, and stop it in that way.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, caller.
You know, Burton have been the chairman of the Electoral Commission for the past 10 years. He's a lawyer, senior attorney.
Another caller on the line. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
You know, gentlemen, I've been thinking about that electoral reform. I've been looking at the whole scenario of everything that's happening. And one of the questions that come to my mind is, you know, as a matter of fact, you look at Dominica and you see a lot of people, especially in my community, that is dying, and their names are still on the list. I would like to ask the commission, the electoral commission, if there is anybody that is overseas that is dying. It apparently don't care if there's anybody that is overseas that is dead, because to me, what I see, I think every 2 years, the list supposed to be, you know, they're supposed to pay a visit at that very same list, because people are dying. The same way people are dying, people are being, you know, people coming, you know, you have babies being born, and people are passing. So why is it that they think they you know, looking at this, that as a big problem when, you know, it's just a thing that you're doing to get the people to know that whatever that is happening, it is genuine and straight. If the government that is in power is so confident of winning 20 seats and all the seats that they're winning, why should they be so scared of, you know, just cleaning the list? I just find that it doesn't make sense. I mean, unless if they have something, you know, hiding or something that they doesn't want the people to know, that is the only thing that can cause them to want to hide something, man. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much for calling.
Time it's 9:46. We have just about 40 more minutes left on the program. We'll pass it back to you, Mr. Sanford, and take it from there.
All right, thank you, Lambi. And as we continue our effort of educating and advocating for electoral reform in Dominica, because as a responsible opposition and a party, a very strong party in Dominica with the right ideals for the economic advancement of this country, we believe with a strong democracy we will achieve greater development. And we continue to say that we will be able to talk to you as to why electoral reform will make Dominica the better place to live, the better place to work, and the better place to enjoy life, as our vision of the party, well articulated by our political leader, Mr. Lennox Linton. And we continue to work. But Mr. John and Mr. Luge, as sitting members of Parliament and members of the United Workers' Party, strong and going. What's up with Team Dominica? What's happening this weekend? What's going on? What's next?
On Saturday we have General Council from about 2 o'clock at the Prevost Cinema Hall, where we meet and discuss, at the management of the party, leadership of the party, going forward, plan our plans, programs going forward, and it's important that you meet and caucus in every quarter of the year, and it shows that the party is vibrant, as you said. It will go from strength to strength. You get feedbacks from your foot soldiers, people in the different constituencies, that will give you an idea what is happening in the area, and it's important to continue to move in the direction. United Workers' Party also, we're looking at socializing around the Christmas time as well, and so some other activities are coming up. We'll be discussing and meeting with the people and let them know what's going on. Also, people were expecting us to be in Kingsfield this evening, and let me just apologize for that earlier on and let them know we couldn't be in Kingsfield because of the sudden passing of the sister of the Mr. Powell, who is on the executive of in the area. So these people, that's why we're not in Kingsfield. So we should be in Kingsfield sometimes. So we give the community some time to mourn and whatnot. But for something that is important, I want people to begin to understand that United Workers' Party.
I want you to stick up in there a little bit, and again to help strengthen your point of the General Council meeting, and we call in on all our constituency reps, our caretakers, and our chairmen and secretaries to make the effort to be there. Saturday afternoon to be there. The party is on the rise. We are doing what we have to do. We shall win the next election. I saw it already. We are going to win the next election. We are going to get electoral reform first, and we are going to do a great job for Dominica. We are going to bring back milk and honey. We are going to bring back agriculture. We are going to bring back tourism. We are going to bring back better education, construction. Network. We will bring back respect in the homes. We'll take care of our children. We'll not abuse them.
Indigenous businesses.
And violate them in the public. We will do what we have to do. And Dominican people need that. I have met quite a few people who have not been listening to us and who are listening to us now and who are telling us Dominica need better. We cannot continue on that path. And we so we need the caretakers, we need the chairmen, we need the secretaries on Saturday. We expect a very big turnout, energized, and as we take the party plans and programs forward. So I just wanted to reiterate that and re-emphasize that.
And that is very important. And I was more or less going back to our discussion on electoral reform and to really let people understand the role of United Workers' Party in that. Because a lot of people sit back and like it's, it doesn't affect them. Like it's just United Workers' Party, it's just politics. And they don't realize the importance of a vibrant democracy. They don't understand the importance of, if you have a democracy that is vibrant, your economic situation going to be better. Electoral reform provides that because it allows you to have a government that you want. It allows you to make that change independently every time there is election, and no one have to bribe you or buy you or frustrate you from voting. And that is what United Workers' Party is all about. But it goes beyond that. What about you? What are you doing to assist What are you doing? What is your contribution towards ensuring that we have electoral reform? Our parents and grandparents could read and write, and they gave us freedom. They gave us independence. No, that foundation they gave us, we have destroyed it. We are now the oppressors. But what we know, what legacy are we going to leave for our children, children? And that is important, Sanford. And that is why I am 100% behind the fight for electoral reform. I am 100% in support of the United Workers' Party push, programs, policies under the leadership of Lennox Linton to ensure that we have electoral reform. I want Dominicans to understand that electoral reform is not about for United Workers' Party. It's about you. It's about ensuring that you're not disenfranchised. It's about ensuring that your children have an opportunity to go to school and to work. This afternoon I was having a conversation with an elderly man. And quickly, Danny, and I want people to understand that in this 80s, 60s, 70s, maybe 80s, parents in the rural communities would send the children to secondary school in Roseau. But when they send them to secondary school in Roseau, they will get them to live in a hostel or in somebody's home. And I remember Malugi told me she raised several children in that thing. And the point I'm trying to bring across is that, but today, government paying for the schools, they're paying for transportation, they're paying for uniform, and the children still hop in the buses hungry.
Yeah, and that's not good, and I don't think we like it so. We are closing up, time is running out, and you made a point about change.
Just give me a minute, please.
Yeah.
You began with the election in America.
Mm-hmm.
You made some salient points. Mm-hmm. Here is something, and you just made a point there that I thought was important to add to where you began earlier tonight. The people who are demonstrating right now wanted Hillary Clinton to win.
Mm.
Those who are demonstrating,
they didn't
when you ask them a question, did you vote? No, they did not vote,
Yep.
but they wanted to win. And the people who want to see electoral reform take place in Dominica, unlike the people in America who now are ashamed because they did not vote, you've got to get involved and get active and do something along with, it's not, as Hector said, it is not a United Workers' Party thing, it's a Dominica thing. And everyone must get involved to insist that we have electoral reform before the next general election, because without electoral reform, there will be no general election.
Yeah, but again, and we make reference to the American election tonight, and we will maybe continue to do it because I think it's one of the better, more developed democracies in the world. And if we just notice, the American system tells us so much. Bill Clinton, 2 years, two terms, and he was out, Democratic. The Americans gave the left aside to implement policies and programs. They did that, and then they shift to George Bush, 2 terms. The Republicans, they give the right some time, they allow them to choose their election, put in their policies, and then that was done. They shift back to the left, 2 terms. Obama. And then they shift back to the right. If you don't have that freedom of choice and that fairness of playing fields, you do not shift around with alternative policies that in the end bring progress. And I do not understand how Dominicans, intelligent, educated Dominicans, can digest and swallow and live with the tenure of a prime minister for more than 10 years in Dominica. I just don't get it. But I don't understand it.
Obama challenged world leaders recently, and he told them, especially the leaders in Africa, and I want to stay in all their lives, and he told them that the the knowledge or the experience or the leadership of a nation don't stay in one person's head. No, it don't. And that is why people don't want to understand that. They say, if not scary, who? If not that person, then who? You have Lennox Linton is the leader of the United Workers' Party, and Lennox Linton has challenged every institution in Dominica in terms of ensuring what we want, the values, the policies, what United Workers' Party will do, how we going to move the economy forward. We have seen that, and that is where electoral reform play a very, very vital role.
Very true, and we'll
let's take this final call. Caller, you're the final caller. Go ahead, please.
let me tell you something. You have had trouble just going through. The police involved during the election. Remember, they say anybody in the section was that chain nothing, they'll be arrested, and the police was just scared in for changing the same day. So they are saying it for workers. So that is what they're fighting there too.
Yes.
We understand that. The battle is a big one.
Thank you very much.
As we close, I will allow Danny
Okay, my closing comments. I'd like our listeners to mark their calendar because we're going to have a big leaders brunch on the 18th of December on the Layo Beach. So mark your calendar. Leaders brunch, 18th December, Layo Beach. It's going to be a fun time for all of us. Now the last caller, the previous to the last caller, he was asking why is it we're not getting electoral reform? And I'd like to tell him, if you listen to the email sent by Tony Astafan to members of the commission, you will know why. He said it will affect Roosevelt's winning legacy. So you have a whole set of commissioners sitting on the Electoral Commission who are unwilling, based on the email sent by Tony Astafan to them, to ensure that it continues Roosevelt's winning legacy until he serves 50 years. I am saying that we will not have that in Dominica. We will have elections with electoral reform, and Rosenhoff will be standing militant to ensure that we have an election whenever it is called with electoral reform. Thank you very much. Good night and God bless.
As well, I am joining Danny. And I will, before, let me just say, the Sanford, your California crew, say they're listening. And also my sister in Canada. What is very important, what Danny is saying, right? We have, Dominica is asleep. Dominica need it feathers to be ruffled. We need to shake up Dominica and Dominicans. I don't know, we are asleep. I don't know if we have to bathe every Dominican and take them to the Lamboucherie and give them a bath in the early morning, but something needs to be done because I cannot understand, Sanford, as we close, that our grandparents couldn't read and write, and they made better decisions than us who have PhDs and whatever, even though we go to Punjabi and buy our PhDs. Some of us have our master's degrees and bachelor's degrees, and our grandparents, some of them didn't even go to high school. They made better decisions than us. Some of them bled and died to give us freedom. And today, in 2016, all of us talking, we saying our house is mortgage, our children mortgage, our motorcar mortgage, but we are afraid to strike, we are afraid to do this, we are afraid to speak our mind. Wake up, rise up, Dominica. Good night.
Good night, and let me just thank the listening public again, and let me thank you guys for coming here tonight. Mr. Charles, as usual, thanks for coming. And as we continue our campaign to secure electoral reform, we ask you to join forces with us as we do that. And it's an important fight. It's one to keep our democracy strong and ensure that we get the government that we want to implement and carry out policies that will make our place the best place to live, work, and enjoy life. Good night, everyone.
Okay, we want to thank all those who spent some time here with us this evening. We really appreciate your calling and your listening, and we look forward to next week's program. Again, let me repeat that the General Council meets on Saturday, and at 2 o'clock. Bear this in mind, and wherever you are on the island, I hope you've picked this up and look forward to fellowshipping with everyone. Dan, you've got a song for us?
Well, if you want me to do a song, I could do a song.
Yeah, go ahead.
Such a feeling's coming over me. There is wonder in most everything I see. Not a cloud in the sky, got the sun in my eye, and I won't be surprised if it's a dream. Everything I want the world to be is not coming true, especially for me. And the reason is clear, it's because you are there. You're the nearest thing to heaven I can see. I'm on the top of the world looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I've found ever since you've been around. Your love puts me at the top of the world.
Your love put me on the top
of the world.
Good night, Dominica.
waiting for me when I die. But between the day you're born and when you die, they never seem to hear even your cry. So as sure as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share now. What's mine? And then the harder they come, the harder they'll fall, one and all. Ooh, the harder they come, the harder they'll fall, one and all. Well, the oppressors are trying to keep me down, trying to drive me underground, and they think that they have got the battle won. I say forgive them, Lord, they know not what they've done. 'Cause as sure as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share now. What's mine? And then the harder they come, the harder they'll fall, one and all. Ooh, the harder they come, harder they'll fall, one and all.
Lydia Laron, Carabin, wherever you are, good evening to you. I hope all is well. And of course, to the folks out in the U.S. Virgin Islands, good evening. And to Johnson Thomas, good evening to you out there in California. And the folks in Florida, so many Dominicans in Florida. Roy Williams, Lee Robinson, Peter Carbon, and the many others, the hundreds of Dominicans in Florida, good evening. It's nice to be with you in your company this evening. And Edmund Sylvester, wherever you are, good night, my friend and brother. Hope all is well with you and the family. Good night, Dominica. It's been a pleasure being in your company. Look forward to doing it again next week.
You got to be a millionaire or some kind of petty bourgeoisie anytime you're living here in this country. You got to be in skullduggery, making you money illicitly to live like somebody in this country. It's outrageous and insane, them crazy prices in Port of Spain, and like the merchants going out their brain, and the working man like the only toiling in vain. Where you ever hear a television for 7,000, $250,000 for little piece of land, a pair of sneakers, $200, 80,000-90,000 for motor cars. At last, here in Trinidad, we see capitalism gone mad.
My heart is heavy, my soul not free. I feel this every day. Maybe I'm just guilty. Dominica has become this way, where our people are standing on political mischief and division, and politicians control citizens' hearts and soul before God, before land, before church, before family and country. Here Dominica, my true confession is what I didn't do. I watched you suffer, for my allegiance was back the rain.